Hello and what's up everyone, welcome to devverse. I welcome you to this amazing ultimate JavaScript masterclass where we will be learning not only JavaScript concepts but also we will learning about how can you do the DOM manipulation, how you can be doing TypeScript with JavaScript. So we'll be learning TypeScript along with JavaScript on this course, and it will be very much easier for you to understand TypeScript also on the way, because right now, like everywhere you go, all the projects, wherever company go, wherever you go, we mostly use TypeScript, right? So you don't have to afraid of anything like JavaScript, like TypeScript is just JavaScript but with types. It's not that difficult also, right? And we'll be building some nice CLI projects in this one, let's say at the last of this video. And in that project, it's like you can say, let me tell you an like example, not an example, basically let me reveal what you are going to build. So we'll be building like right now Ghiblis are very trending, right? So we're building the CLI tool which takes an input of an image and it will convert your normal image to a Ghibli image. We will be using some new stuff that you haven't used before, and it will be completely beginner friendly. We'll be starting from the basics of JavaScript and then we'll move to that one. So it's going to be, I guess, around 4 hours course, maybe, I'm not sure. But let's get started with this one and make sure you watch the video till end. Thank you so much, and let's get started. So let's talk about the installation and the stuff that we will be needing in this one. So you will be needing the latest version of Node.js, obviously. So without Node.js you cannot run JavaScript, obvious, right? So you have to install this Node.js. You should have installed Bun. So because we'll be using Bun, if you are a Linux Mac user, you can use this one, or if you are a Windows user, you can use this one. So like everything is available for you. You can just do the installation and done. Once this is done, you just install VS Code, and if like you can make sure using your terminal if everything is installed or not. Just right here node-v, you should be getting the node version, and for bun-v it will give you the bun version. So if you're getting all these things, then you are ready to go. So I will say let's move on to the basics of JavaScript and TypeScript. So let's get started. So let's first initialize our project. Open a terminal and I will move to my directory. It's developments. I'll create a directory dir. Let me zoom it a little bit so you can see, and I will move into, let's say, um, JS or maybe JS course. It enters it into JS dash course ls. Nothing is there. Now just open your VS Code at this position, and what we'll do is okay, we'll create a new file. Let's name it as index.js, right? And here let's write our the famous program hello world. So we can do a console.log. So let's say hello world, like this. Now you can just open your terminal, and here, okay, let's wait. Okay, I'll do node index.js and using hello world. Pretty much easy. You can do something like this also in this one 1+1. You can do this also, little bit JavaScript shit. You can add semicolon if you want, but without semicolon also it works. This is how it works. String concatenation. This is hello world. This is 2. Now what is string concatenation? It's simple. I will tell you, like when we'll be studying strings, I will tell you about string concatenation, string methods, because it's going to be an absolutely beginner course, right? The starting part is going to be beginners, and we'll be covering intermediate part, then we'll be building the project. Okay, that's nice. I guess you can see this clearly now, right? Yeah. So let's talk about variables first. So right here, um, variables, and let's see. So simple, like to declare a variable, we have let, we have var, and const. These are the things that we have. All right, let me comment this line. Yeah. So what are comments? Comments are nothing but the lines of codes that are ignored by the compiler, basically the interpreter. JavaScript is an interpreted language, obviously. So it will just ignore these lines, and I guess that's all. It is like it will like people add comments to just make their code more readable, I will say. Pretty much simple stuffs. Let's move on to this one. If we have let x equals to 1, so you can do this. You can make x equals to hello. Let's string. So pretty much simple, like it's super easy. It's just like Python only if you feel those things, but it has some more powers also that we'll be using. Similarly, you can do where, let's say y equals to something, something like this. Then you can do const. Const means constant, like the data will not change. It will be a constant all the time. So const is const. Const c equals to, let's say, um, let's make a number. Let's say you can do anything just like this. And if you want to log these things, you can log it here. Let's say I'm writing here c comma c. Now we have the same thing here. It's y, and then similarly let's log x both the places, x comma x. Let me take this thing here like this. Nice. Let's run this. You see this. So pretty much simple, right? The variable part is simple. Now I'll tell you an important thing that's called scopes. You can say global scope and very like local scope. So how does this works? Let me tell you. Let's comment this thing out first. Okay. See, basically it will help you to determine the difference between let and where. Like both seems to be same, but they have a lot of difference, right? So see, I'll write here, I will just declare a scope here. So this block becomes a, like, like basically a containerized area, right? So I'll write here, let's say let x equals to 1, and I'll write here where y equals to, let's say 2, right? And I'll do console log here. I'll print x comma y, and I'll copy this same thing here and paste it here. So what, like, just tell me, like, guess the answer, what it can be, like what it should print and what it should print. Just guess it, bros. And if you're guessing it will like both will print 1 2 1 2, then you are wrong. It will throw an exception at this line. So this, like this block will execute successfully, but this part will give you the issue. The issue is this x. Let basically is containerized to the block only. So whatever you see this brackets, right, x can be can be accessible only like between these blocks, but where becomes a global scope. So whatever you declare with where will be available at any place, like any blocks you can use it, right? I can declare another block here, and I can like just do the log here with x. Let me comment, this will throw an exception. And if I run this, okay, it's not x, it's y. So y is our where, right? So run this and you see 2 here. So whatever you declare with where will be accessible at all the places, but whatever you will declare with this basically let thing, it will only be accessible between this brackets, between the scopes, right? If you declare it inside a function, it will be always be containerized to that function only. So it will not go beyond this function, right? So this is what variables and the scopes are, right? Now what we need to learn is it's about strings. What are the functions that you can do with strings. Now in strings you have slicing, you have trimming, you have what is it called, you have this uppercase, lowercase, you have a lot of string functions, right? So let's go through all those things. So I will write here, let's say but before going to that thing, what I will suggest is let's switch to TypeScript, and I will tell you why I'm saying this thing, so that I can tell you also the type stuff, right? Before going to strings, right? So let's do one thing. Uncomment this much of code, and you see it is not throwing any exception in the VS Code also. If you'll see this, it is like, it looks like a normal code, right? How will you know it will throw an exception to you? Until and unless it is not running, like you get the exception in the runtime. And that's why JavaScript is dangerous in like very large applications and prod. So what we can do is we need TypeScript. That's why everyone is using TypeScript nowadays, because it throws exception on this, like on compilation, because TypeScript is compiled to JavaScript and it will throw exceptions. So I'll tell you, what we have to do is just rename this file simple to ts. That's all. And you see, as soon as I make it ts, we are seeing this error. And if you hover this now, you see cannot find the name x, right? And the type is any. This is the type is any. I will tell you what are the types basically are. So you see now I'm getting the exception and I can fix it. Oh, it's not available, so remove it. Or maybe I can make my X as a where. Simple. We don't use where that much nowadays, but yeah, if you want you can use, but it's better to use let, right? But you see the exception is gone. So I just this is my point, like whole point of my whole point was to tell you why we should use TS and why we should not use JS, right? Okay, so to make to move forward, let's use bun. As I told you to install bun before, so you can do bun init. Now why we are doing it, because we wanted to make it a package, and then we can, like, what is a package, I'll tell you, like it's a I'll tell you later on, like when we're building the CLI tool, right? And okay, let's make it JS course, hit enter, enter, and let's wait. Yeah, you see so many files are being created now. So we I initialized this folder with bun, this project with bun, because now bun will, like, it helps us to run this TypeScript automatically out of the box right nowadays. And this is the TS config. Don't have to worry about this configs for now, as it's a beginner friendly course, right? It is just some you can say configuration for compilation of your TypeScript to JavaScript, right? Now what you can do is go to the package.json. What is this package.json? It's, you can say, it's a kind of thing, like it's an index file, you can say. Like, what kind of index my means is, whatever you are using in this project, let's say this is a workspace and you are using, let's say, TypeScript, you are using whatever the modules and whatever the packages that you will be using, whatever the library you will be using, all the libraries will be inside dependencies, dev dependencies, and peer dependencies. So we'll see this one when we'll be going forward to Node.js part in this video, but for now just focus on the basics for now, right? And don't worry about all these things. These are just, you can ignore all these things for now, right? And this log file is just you can say compiled version, like, of this package.json, right? This tells it is initialized with bun log. um, this are the package managers, you can say. This package.json is just a package manager, that's all, which contains all our packages and, like, all the versions and stuffs that we are using right now. And whenever you are deploying some project to some server and stuff, it will only use this much of whatever you have written here, but whatever the packages that are written here will be installed. Okay, don't worry about that much, right? It's simple. um okay, so what we have learned till now, we have learned about variables. We know what is let, what is where, what is const. We know, like, about global scope, and, like, we know about the local scope, and also we know where we should use TypeScript and not JavaScript directly. And pretty much that, and where we should use where and let, where we should, like, it depends on your situation, right? Great. Now how can you run this thing? If you go to this package.json, there is nothing you can, like, there's nothing, right? Like, how can you run it? I'll tell you. Open this one. There's two ways to run it. You can write here bun index.js, um like this, hit enter. You see it ran, it run basically successful, right? We got the solution correctly. So this is how you can run it simply. Just bun index.ts, it will run your file, hit enter, and you get everything clean, right? Okay, now, like, all the time you have to write bun index.ts. If I have another file, let's say some hello.ts, you can do this also, bun hello.ts, and there's nothing, so it's running nothing. But you can add some console log if you want to see some stuff. It's like this, you see. Let's just say hello. Simple, right? So this is how you can run a TypeScript. Now let me tell you about a little bit about more types. So why we are using TypeScript and what are the extra stuff it gives to JavaScript. Now you see I have written here where x equals to 1, right? So what does this mean, right? If I hover on this x, you see x is now a number. But when we were using JavaScript, it was saying nothing, right? It was saying any, right? Now we have a proper type, right? Now you can make x to hello also. Let me see. And you see this exception. Type string is not assignable to type number. Now it is saying that x is a number and it cannot be modified into x, right? And this helps us to make strict type checking basically, so that we don't get any runtime exceptions, right? And if you want to convert x into number as well as string, then what you can do is you can define your types directly here. It can be a number, or for or you can use pipe, or it can be a string. So for or you use a pipe, and for and you use a simply and percent sign. That's all, right? So now x has a type of both these things. Now you can convert x easily to a string like this, right? Simple. Now if I run this one, like this, you see variables hello and 2. So it works, right? It converted the x to hello here. Let me clean up this stuff first. Let's clean up these things. um yeah, okay. So let me write here again, x can be a string or a number, and you can write anything here, and it's a let. Nice, simple. And we have more types, like we have string, we have number, we have for array you can use square brackets, or you can also write array, I guess. And then we have more types. We'll see the types along, like whenever we will coding, we'll be writing the types, and I will be showing you the types also. So now let's start string, and along with it we will be learning the types part also of the string, right, and the string methods. So let's get started with the strings now. So let's get started with the strings. Let me remove this. Let's make here, let's say s equals to a string, let's say hello, right? Now if you hover on the string, it says s is a string now, so it's easy. Just go here, and if you write s dot, now you'll see all the basically all the methods that are available with strings, right? Let's do a log. Let's say if I want to make it uppercase, I can do s dot to uppercase, and then just run this command, and I will see, you can see we have hello here in uppercase, right? Now similarly we have dot to lowercase. If it is a lowercase, then again you can make it a to lowercase, like this. uh, I guess you are getting the point, right? Now we have, I guess, length, and it's not a function obviously, yeah. So s dot length gives you the length of the string. So here it is 1 2 3 4 5, I guess, yeah. So we have 5 characters, so it's going to be 5. Simple, right? Similarly we have slice basically. Now before slice, let me tell you about index. What is index? Index is basically the position of each character. So here you are saying each, this is an character, this is an character, so it is a list of characters, like a sequence of characters. And in this sequence of characters, this is the 0th position, like every time the index starts from 0. So this is the 0th position, this is the first position, this is the second, and this is third, this is fourth position. So if I do this one, it will give me a substring. I can just, you can say it gives me a substring, right? If I want a substring from this one, let's say I want to include from 0, but I want to end it at this position. So the position of this one is 2, so I have to write here 3, because it excludes this position. This means whatever this number minus 1, it will print that number of characters. You see, L 0 to 3. So 1 6 0 1 2, 3 is skipped. If I make it as 4, now we have hell, right? And if we'll make it a 5, we'll have hello. Nice, because the last index is 4, so whatever the index value plus 1, you can say, right? um Now what we can do right now is, okay, let's see some more functions. So I guess we have concat. Yeah, so what is concat? I want to concat world with it. Let me show the result, how it looks. You see hello world now. So what it concat does is it adds whatever string you will write here, it will just add the string to the end of the string. That's what concatenation is. There's another way to concat the same thing. It's like this. You can, what you can do is you can write here hello like this, and you can write here space world. This also gives hello world. You see, same thing. So there are different ways of doing some stuffs, but this is how you can do, and you have more functions like this. Let's explore. We have caret, so we can say caret the index. It will take the like index value, position. You see position number. If I just give 0, it gives me h. If I give it 6, it gives me nothing, because there is nothing with the 6th character at the 6th index. If I give 5, it will give nothing, because there is nothing with the 5 also. But if I write 4, it will give me the last character. And simple. I guess you get the point, right? Now let's see. We have at. What at does is it takes the index number, so you can now pass the index number. It's the same thing only, so it gives you age. Like char at and at are almost same only, right? You see string at takes the index number and gives like string, and can be undefined also. Obviously it can be undefined. So if I like make it like this and run this one, it keeps undefined. And if you notice this thing, whenever we were using that char at, I'll tell you what is this char at is actually. I will tell you, like not char, sorry, I will tell you what is undefined means, right? So but before that, let's just see this one. You see here we are getting empty, and here you are getting like undefined. So thing is like, that's the difference between this one. It tells you undefined. Now what is undefined? Undefined means like nothing. It is returning, it's just a way of saying in JavaScript we have something called undefined. The data can be undefined, right? That it is not defined. If you hover on this, it's just undefined, that's all. And if we have something similarly called null, null means like nothing. It also means like nothing. It is a null value, right? I guess you are getting the point, right? Simple stuff. um okay. Just don't think that much, just listen to me. We will go slow now, and we'll make sure that you understand the basic concepts, the minimum basic concept that you need to get started with JavaScript and TypeScript. And I'm guaranteeing you this thing, once you are done with this course, you will be like very much comfortable in this language. You can try out whatever you want, like with JavaScript or TypeScript, easily, right? Any framework and any library you want, it will be easy for after this watching this video, right? Now I guess you got the point. Whatever the stuffs we have, you can explore. We have multiple stuffs with string, whatever you can play around with it, right? Now what happens if I have a number here? Let's say let num1 equals to, let's say 20. I have a number called 20 now, right? Now what will happen if I write here 20 plus, let's say not 20, let's say right here num1 plus s. You see TypeScript is not throwing any issue here. If I take this thing and right here, like say, or let's say let result equals to this, and I hover on this one, you see R gives me a string. So it will convert this number into a string, because string has higher priority, you can say, kind of thing. So it will convert the small number into a string. So if I print R here, you'll see 20 hello, like this. You see 20 hello, and the overall output is a string. You understand this thing, I guess, right? Now what you can do is, let's say I'm making another number, let's say num2, and it's say 30, and I do here num2, and if I print the result, we are getting 50 here, right? Let's remove this one, right? Normal addition, right? Now what if like now what I can do is, you can come here, right here type, or we have something called type. If you want to know the type also, you can write here, this gives a number, but I can make it a string also. So we have two string function with number. It converts the number into a string, whatever the thing we are getting, not only number, whatever you are getting, it converts to it to a string. So if I write this, you see we have a string. Now the type becomes a string, but the result will not change, right? You can do this, either this, or you can also wrap this thing with a string. This will also convert into a string. Like if I do this, now write here type of like this, you see it's a string now. Now if I have a number which is already in string format, let's say if I have this number 1, or maybe let's make this 20 as a string, and let's do this first, make it a string. And now if I want to print the result here, now tell me, what is the expected result? Is obviously going to be a string, right? let's do this 20 30. It is giving me 20 30, but I want to convert this num1 to a number, right? And to do that, it's easy. You just wrap this thing inside a number. Now it is a number. Now if you see this is a number now, right? And if I do this, you get 50 now. This is one way. Or else you can parse this thing into an integer type, so the result is going to be a number again, because it's parsing this into an integer. Or maybe you can pass it into a float number, but it will make it a floating point number now, but it's still a number, so it will not change. You see, you can do anything. JavaScript is amazing. Like, you can do magic with JavaScript. You can build games, you can build desktop applications, you can build web applications, you can build mobile applications, you can do a lot of things with JavaScript, and that's why it is so much powerful. But alone JavaScript is not that much powerful. TypeScript is the, you can say, the safety guard of power, like the safety stuff of JavaScript, right? Nice. Okay, now we can move towards, like, without not wasting much time on strings, we can move towards objects. Now what is objects? Let's write here objects. Now objects are basically what, like dictionaries, you can say, or a pair of key and value. Now let's say I'm writing here, let obj1 equals to, now we use this curly bracket to make objects, right? Inside this one, now as I told you, it's a pair of key and object, right? It's a pair of key and value, right? Object is basically a pair of key and value. Now here, the how can you define the key? Let's say you can write here name. Now my name is going to be, let's say, my name, okay, Chinmaya. This is my name. So if I hover in this one, you see the type of this one is this. So it also tells you the type, that the type is basically whatever you have written here, but it is a string, so it will tell you name, and the type of the name is string. Easy only. Let's go slow, right? Now if I log obj1, you will see the entire object like this, right? Let me write some more stuff. Let me write here exp, my experience is, let's say, 5 years. Let me write here my age is 22. Yeah, I don't want it total, but it's 22. That's fine. And if I do this, this is what we are getting. Simple. All right. Now if I want to access only this name and this age, on any one of these values, I can do is pretty much simple. You can do here dot, and you see we are getting all these things. And if you're using TypeScript, then you will see all these things, like every time you will get all the suggestions on your VS Code. That's the beauty of TypeScript, right? Because you know, like, what you are going to get from this one because of the types. So I will write name, it will give me my name. You see, if I write here age, I can get my age. You see, it's simple. Now if you want to define, you can define the types over here like this. Type of my object once, let's say, right, obj type, a generic I'm writing, let's say it's type type. You see, and in the type you can write here, let's say it's going to have a name. Name is basically a string. Then I'm going to have a experience, which is going to be a number. Then I am going to have an age, which is a number, right? And what you can do is you can define this object type to this one. Now what it will do is it will make sure that this is a number, and you see we are getting now issues because the experience is not a number anymore, it's a string. So we have, like, it is throwing error, right? We have to make it a number because we have defined it number here, and the same thing you have to do here, make 22. You see, this is how TypeScript helps you. And next thing is, now you can do the same, it works. And if you do the type of this object one, if I write type of, it will be object only. Yeah. Now one more thing we need to see here, that's I want my experience to be optional. Like sometimes, like some persons can have an experience, some persons cannot have experience, right? So I want to make this optional. So I can do this question mark makes it optional. Now you see it can be number or undefined, but what it was giving before, it can be, it should be like, it should be a number, it should be present. right? But if I do this, this means it can be undefined now. Like if I comment this one, or if I remove this thing, it doesn't throw any exception. But if I comment this line, it will throw exception that age is declared here, but like it's missing in this type. Are you getting? Like we are missing age. So if I use this question mark, this means it is optional now. You don't have to declare. Let me remove this. Yeah, you don't have to declare ex, but you have, you see, exp, and it can be, if I do this, it will get undefined, right? And but you can also do this also. You can define multiple types. You can make it number, or it can be undefined. But in that way, you have to define it inside the object exp, like undefined, like this. But we don't want to add so much extra code, right? So if it is undefined, you can make it optional. That's the better way to do it, right? Like this. You get it, my point, right? And this is how you can declare, like create objects. Simple, right? This is how you create normal and simple objects. Like this is the object and this is the type of the object. If you don't define this one, it will just have whatever you have written inside this one. It will give you the, like it will basically implicitly like create the type for this one, right? If you see this, the type is this. But if you want to do some extra stuff, like if you want to make it optional and stuff, then you have to define the type like this. So these are objects, pretty much simple. Now we will learn about arrays now. Let's talk about arrays. Now what is array? Array is a sequence of data. That's all. A sequence of data, a list of data, you can say. So how can we declare, let's say let arr1 equals to an empty. Now using square brackets, you can create an array. Pretty much easy to create array, right? Like this. And inside this one, you can have any data. You have numbers, you can have strings, you can have another array of string or numbers, right? Maybe you can also have boolean types. Now what is booleans? Basically true false. Like you can write here, let's say let is let's say is sunny. Today is sunny, so I can make it false. It is not sunny here, it is rainy, let's say. So it's a boolean, right? If you see this, the type is boolean. Booleans means true or false, right? Now you can write here simply true, like this. So this is an array and you can print the array. Like this. Let me zoom it out. I guess you can see now more clearly. This is how it looks, right? Now what if I want, like, now array is also like the string is also array of sequence only, right? Now it has index. Similarly array has also index, similar to string. This is 0 index, this is first index, this is second index, and like this. And let's say this is the um, third index, right? So it is the third index, so this is the fourth index. The entire thing comes under the fourth index. So if I want to access some data from this one, I can do it using square brackets. You can write here array1 dot 0. So it will give you the data of the 0th index, like this. But if I want to get this data, let's say this 3 or this he, how, what can I can do? I need the, like basically the index of this one. The index of this one is here, let's say 0 1 2 3 4, right? So it is 4. If I run 4, I'm getting the entire data. Now I can again do the indexing, and I need this, so it's going to be 0th index again. And whatever we are getting here, okay, we are getting 0 cannot be used in the index of type. Oh, it is saying it's undefined and stuff, but we are getting the data. So it's saying implicitly of type, like we have, like if you see this one, it's it is saying the type is any here. Element represents type any because expression of type 0 cannot be used to index type and stuff. There's some type issues there only, but it is working, still working, right? Because it's not a, it's just a warning, you can say. It's not a critical issue, that's why it's not breaking at least. So what we can do now is we can define a type here of this array, type of our array, let's say, and it's going to be an obviously an array of numbers. So it's going to be a number, or it can be basically an array of string. So or else um, it can be array of this array only. So it can be like, what does this mean? It can be a string of numbers basically. Now array is can be, we haven't defined the type here. So the thing is, now you cannot declare all these things like this. It can only be um, a number array, or it can only be a string array, or it can contain an array, right, which contains these things, which contains these values. I guess you got it right. Like it will be replaced by this thing only. Again, doing this thing with an array. So it's going to be like this, double array, and it's going to be a double array of this. So this means double array of this and double array of this, right? This is the meaning of this, right? You can, or it may be a string entirely. So like this and like this. I hope you are getting how the types are basically defined. And not only that, you can also have objects inside this one. Array of objects are called JSON. But let me tell you what is JSON is simply. So let's say I want to create a dummy data. Let's say const dummy data. It's going to be an array of some objects. So I will create the type first. Type is, let's say, my dummy data, and you can write whatever you want the name, right? It depends on you only. So dummy data is going to be an array, obviously array of objects. This is an empty object. Now what are the values we're going to have inside this one dummy data? Let's say we're going to have a name, which is a string. We're going to have let's say salary, which is basically and a number. We're going to have let's say age is going to be a number. Simple. So we have this type. Now I can define this type to this one. You see, now dummy data. Nice. So we have this thing. Now if you hover on this, it's dummy data. Now what are the things it can have? It can only contain objects which has age, let's say something like this. It can have a name. Name can be Chinmay, and it can have a salary. Salary can be, let's say, something, any number, whatever you want, you can give it. So this is like this. Now you can have multiple data like this. I can copy paste this data, and let's say make it as 18 or maybe 20, or maybe make it like say John, make some any number, and you got the point, right? You can have a number of data like this, like this, right? I'm having two data right now, so that I can explain you like correctly, right? Okay. Now if I log this data, dummy data, I get all my data. This is how basically, like if you are working on backend and stuff, this is how we send data and collect data and populate the data on the front end side. We show the data on the front end side in this way. We mostly deal with JSONs. So you can create a file, JSON file, and it contains this format of data. But the JSON format is a little bit different. Like instead of this single quotes, you can have all the keys should be inside double quotes, and all the strings should be in double quotes. You cannot use single quotes in there. And there are some stuffs. JSON, that's called JSON. But this is similar to that one, right? Exactly, you can say mostly. So this is an array of objects. Now what I want to do is I want to loop through all these data and show each and every data, right? So for that we can use loops. Now what are loops? Loops are basically you can say an iterator, basically like a function that goes through this each and every data, and whatever you want to do, you can do that with that data. If you want to show the data, you can show the data, whatever you can do, right? So we have different kinds of loop. We have for loop, we have while loop, we have For each loop, we have filter, we have reduce, we have flat map, a lot. So I'll write a for loop. Let's say for, you could brackets, let I, basically our index value that starts from 0, and then I have what can be the maximum value of I. It can be less than my dummy data dot length. So my array has a length, and I plus plus. Now let me explain you each and everything whatever I have wrote here, right? Whatever I have written here, let me explain you. So we have something called let I equals to 0. We declared a variable called I, whose value is initial value is 0. Now we are saying the I value, this is a condition for the for loop to be like, if this condition is true, then only we move into this field, right, into this one. If this is not true, then we will not move into inside this block. So we have this block, you see, we have a local scope here, we have a local block here. Now this is the condition that it says, for loop says, if this condition is true, and we have some value called I, and for this I, if this condition is true, then go into this one. And after iterating once, so it is a loop, right? So the dummy, what is the length of this dummy data? It's 2, right? Length is 2. So this will run twice, right? And this I value will be like, what is I plus plus? This is an increment operator, right? We have plus plus I, and we have I plus plus. Similarly, okay, let me write like this, and we have I plus plus. Similarly, we have minus minus I, and I minus minus. So what it does, what this means, this means you have some value I, whatever the value I've written here, right? This thing, let me explain it. This means I equals to I plus 1, right? Let me make it like this, like this. So plus plus I means like both the value have same meaning, but the execution is a little bit different for both of this. Thing is, this both means I becomes I plus 1. I is incremented, right? It increments. But what is the difference? Basically, main difference, it's like when you do plus plus, this means, let's say, let me explain to you like this. Let's say, let me comment this first here, and let me do this. Let's say let I is equals to, I'm writing here 1. Now I will do a log, console log, and I'll write here I plus plus. So what it will print, can you guess? It will print 1 only, right? And I will do this twice. I'll place I here. So it will print 1 and it will print 2. Let me explain to you. You see 1 and 2. What it is doing is, first it is printing whatever the value of I. It will take this value. Then it will increment the value. Then it will execute this. Then again, when we are printing this, it is giving us the incremented value. Right, let me explain to you again. What we are doing it here is, we have some value I, which is the initial value of I is 1. So if I write I first before this operator, this means this, whatever the value of I, the initial value of I goes first, then this thing is basically executed. So first I is printed, then I becomes I plus 1 means 2, and then I becomes 2. But what if I do this? I guess you might have guessed this thing. It means this will be executed first, then it will take the value of I. If I run this, we will get 2 2. You see, it will execute this, then it will take the print the value of I, then it will use this, the same value. So I hope you understand how it works. Similarly, we have minus minus, same thing. Instead of this, like if I write here minus minus, and I write here minus minus, it becomes I minus 1. Simple. But the concept is same. If it is written first, it will be executed first. If it is written last, then it will be executed after the I. That's how it is, how it works, right? Now let's see about the loop. In this loop, now if I do log this I value, you will see it starts from 0, so we'll get the index value, right? Because we say, like, you can do anything, you can do 3 4 any number, but we mostly, the convention starts with 0, because whenever we are dealing with this dummy data, we know the initial value of the dummy data. Any array is basically 0. That's why we make it like this. If I do this, we have 0 and 1, right? Now if I want to access each and every data, what I can do is I can write here my dummy data, and I can get the index. I can just pass the I is just the index value, right? So you see it gives this I gives us the index value 0 and 1, and we get our each and every data like this, right? Now if I want to print only the name, I can write here name and print my name directly here. Let me run it and you will see Chinman John. If I write here age, it will give me my all the age, right? This is how it works. Now um let's go for another one, that is while loop. um While loop is basically an infinite loop, you can say. It runs and runs until this condition is false, right? If I like, you cannot make a for loop to be a infinite loop most of the cases. There will be some condition, it will, like, you can make this condition as like true and it will be an infinite loop. But thing is mostly like we use it like in these cases. Let's say if we, whenever we create game and stuff, we want our window to be running and stuff, then we use while loop. So it only takes a condition. So let's say I'm writing here, let's say let, I'm taking index equals to 0. Again I'm doing the same stuff, and it will take, I want my index value to be less than my dummy data dot length, and then I want to do this, the same thing, but instead of I will write here index. But you will notice something, it will go in an infinite loop after doing this. You see it is not stopping. So the thing is, we are not updating the value of index here. We have written this thing to update the value. So how the for loop was working is, we initialize some value, the initial value when with some starting value, then we gave a condition. If this condition is true, then it directly goes to this one, then it executes this thing. This is how for loop works, right? Now in case of while loop, we have to like manually do this, like for loop expects these expressions, but in while loop we have to do this inside this one, inside your logic only. So right here index plus plus, like this, and if I do this, you have 22 and 20. If I write here, remove this one, you have all the data. I hope you get it, right? But there is one more easy way to do this, that is for each loop, that is we mostly use sometimes and filter and stuff. But let me explain what is for each loop now. So we have the dummy data, not dynamic, we have dummy data, and in the basically for each is a function from array, built-in function from array only. So you can write here dot for each, you see, and it expects a callback function. We haven't learned about functions yet, but just bear with it with me. I'll tell you what these functions are, but I'll just think of it as syntax. It's an empty function, you can say arrow function, like this. So this is basically a normal function, right? Like this. Now inside this thing, inside this one, you have the access to each and every data and index also. If I write here data comma index, so this is the syntax. You get each and every data from here and the index value like this, right? You don't have to manually define the index. Now you get the index directly. If I do the log here, I can directly log the data, and I can also log the index like this. If I run this, you'll see at 0th position we have this, and at first position we have this. This is how dummy data works. I hope you get it. And if you want to access some data, you can say data dot name. If you want to show the name like this, this is how for each loop works. Now before going to filter and stuff, let's learn more about conditional statements, learn about functions that basically like it's mostly used nowadays. Filter, find. Let me tell you at least about find, at least because we are studying about array. Um, so it's similar to this one only. Um, dummy data dot find. If you want to find a particular data inside the array, then you can use this one. Syntax is entirely same. I can copy paste this thing here, and I'll comment this one and make this as find. Right now find gives us all the data and stuff, but it gives only one data, right? It will return only one data now. So you can write here a const x equals to, or maybe our data. So it returns only one data. If I hover on this, you see we get one object only, no array. We get only one object, whatever we want to find. Or if the object is not present inside the array, then it will throw undefined. That means nothing. There is nothing in the array, right? So what I want to find here is we have to return some stuff, if it is true or not, right? We have to, if I want to find something, let's say if the name is Chinmay or not, let's say. So I can write here like say data dot name. If it is triple equals to, I will tell you what is triple equals to and what is double equals to, everything inside conditional statement, which we'll learn after this find stuff. So we have data dot name, let's say Chinmay, and if this condition is true, then we will get the data. So if I log this one, this data here, you'll see it keeps in my data. But if I write here something, let's say like this, I add some x here, and if I do this, I get undefined. This means the data is not present, right? I hope you are getting it. Nice. Now we can move forward to conditional statements, right? Before and then we'll learn about functions, and we'll come back to some more array functions. So conditional statements, conditionals, let's say. So it is, let's say it is like, if I have this, I want this, something like that, right? So let's say the pretty like straightforward example, which mostly like most people use to like explain this conditional statement is age. So I have a variable, let's say let age. If my age is let's say I'm defining it as 18. So if my age is 18, so I will write here I can drive, right? So I'm writing here if age is if I am greater than or equal to 18, right? So whatever my age is here, if my age is equal to or greater than, right, it's equal to like greater than or equal to, the syntax is like this. If I, you can see this, but I have enabled some font like HS, that's why it looks like this. This font format of styling thing of, it's a theme of this, you can say VS Code setting, right? If it is greater than equals to 18, then I want to log I can drive, simple, right? And if I do this, you see I can drive. But if I make this value as, let's say 5, then it will not show anything, right? So for that we have something called else. So what else is do, if this, it will check if condition, if this is false, it will come to the else part. Log log here, you can drive now, drive now, like this. Now if I run this, I get you cannot drive now, right? So you get my point, what, how if else is, right? This, but let me explain you some more concepts from this one. We have something called else if. So if we have multiple cases, let's say my case is you cannot drive if your age is let's say if your age is less than 18, and if your age is greater than 65, you cannot drive, let's say, for example. So what I want to do is I can write here else if my age is beyond 65, right? Or let's say, yeah, beyond 65, then I will say, I will log you are too old to drive, simply. Now if I make this age as, let's say 67, it will tell me I can drive, because now I'll tell you why it is giving this thing. This is what I wanted to explain basically. The thing is, now why it is not giving this, because the age is greater than 60, 65, this 67 is greater than 65, it is true, but it is not printing this thing. Why? My question is why. Now it is because of the priority of if over else if. Now let me, what is priority? So the priority of if is greater than else if, right? And this is greater than else. So what it is doing is it checks if this condition is true, then it will not execute the remaining flow. It will only like execute this and it will stop, right? Um, right. And if I want to check this also, and so what you can do is you can remove this from here, and now we have made it like this. We have two if statements now, right? Now, as I told you, if the priority of if is more than else if, now, but here we have both are if, so they have equal priorities. This means both will be executed. Now, if I do this, you will see I can drive, you are too old to drive, right? Some contradicting stuff, but my point is, I wanted to explain you the priority order. So if you have a if condition, how many if conditions you'll write, whatever if conditions you write, the if conditions will must be like they must execute. The thing is like this: if whatever if condition you will write, if the condition is true, it will execute it. It will check all the if condition if it is true or not, right? If you have written 5 if statements, this means it will go through and check each and every if statements if it is false or true. If it is true, it will execute the block. If it is false, it will skip it. But it will check, it will go to that if block and check. But that is some extra bit, but it is not the optimal way. if like if I am doing something and if I don't want it to check, let's say, what I can do is, if my age is greater than 65, I'm too old, I can take this thing, I can write here else, um, else if. Now this will, what it will determine is, if my age is beyond 65, I will not be able to drive. If I am not, if I am below 65, then it will check if I am 18 or not, I'm greater than 18 or not. If I'm greater than 18, I can drive. If I'm not greater than 18, it will go this. So see this now, it gives you are too old to drive. It only checks this condition, right? If it is true or false. But in this case it is false, so in this case it is true because we have 67 here, so it is true. It executed this and it didn't bother about this one. But if I remove this else again, right, and if I run it again, it will print both the statements, because it is checking this thing, this first if, then again it will check the second if, right? And both are true, that's why it printed both. But if I write here else if, so it will only check if, because the priority of if is more. So if it will only go to if, and if is true, then it will print this one. If is false, then it will come to the else if part, and if this is false, then it will come to this one. So now if I run this one, you see we have, you are too old to drive. If I make it as, let's say, 20, which is greater than equals to 18, obviously, which is greater than 18. So if I run this, I can try, and it didn't, and this condition was false, and but this was true, so it ran this. And if I make it at, let's say, 17, it will say you cannot drive now. I hope you got how this works. Now this is about greater than and stuff. I hope you understood, but there is something interesting I wanted to explain. That is the difference between equal equals to and triple equals to. Now what these things are basically, right? um, so what these things are basically, what is double equals to? And we know normal equals to means, like if I write here age equals to 17, this means it is assigning, like this is an assignment operator, right? We have different operators, so this is assigning, we are assigning 17 to age. But this is not assigning, this is comparison. You're comparing two values, two things, if both are equal or not. So let me do a simple stuff. Let me do a console log here. I can write here, let's say we have an age here which is 17, right? So I can write here, if my age is double equals to 17, right? Now this means, if it is double equals to 17, is it, just tell me, comment me, it is 70. I have written 17 here. Let me take this, copy paste that line and paste it again here. My age is 70. So what is your answer? Obviously it should be true only, right? It will return a boolean. So if I run this one, we get true, right? But if I make it a string also, the type of this is a number, but if I make it a string, and TypeScript is giving the issue, but if I do this again, we are getting true. This is what JavaScript does. So if you will be using JavaScript, you will not see this error. And using this double equals to means you are comparing a number with a string, which is not possible actually, but in JavaScript everything is possible. So that's why we use TypeScript to limit some stuff that is unnecessary and which will create bugs, right? So it doesn't like, now what is the difference between double equal to and triple equals to? I will show you. If I make it triple equals to, you will see something interesting. It gives you false. Now why it is giving me false? The thing is, when you compare with double equals to, it only checks the value, whatever the value I've written here and here. If both the value are same, then it will say true. But when you use triple equals to, right, there should not be any spaces. It should be like this, triple equals to double equals to, right? But whenever you use triple equals to, what happens is it checks value as well as the type, right? So it will check the value and the type of both the data, and then it will give you a result. So here the value are same, but the type is different. It is a number and it is a string. That's why it gave me false. I hope you understood this also, because these are the very important concepts, and we mostly use triple equals whenever we are doing many comparing, like if it is equal or not, right? Okay, now hopefully you understood about if else statement, right? Now we have, like, similarly if else, we have another thing called switch case. Switch. Now what is switch case? It's similar to if else only, um, exactly similar, like little bit different only. So switch, now what it takes, let's say we have age, it will take age, and inside switch we have different cases. So case, let's say case will be, let's say 20, let's say we can log 20, and similarly we can have a case. We cannot compare stuffs here. Like switch case always checks if the value is equal or not, whatever you're passing here, age. If this age is 20, then it will execute this, and if the age is let's say 5, it will execute this, right? But what will happen now, I'll tell you. In switch cases, what happens is you have to break the statements if it is a true by default. So we have something called break, right? I'll tell you what is break actually later on also, like um, actually I can tell you break after this one only. So break means it will execute this one and it will break from here. Similarly, it will break from here also, you see. So whenever, this is a syntax basically of switch case, whenever you use a switch case, it should be like this. You pass the value that you want to check. If this age is 20, then do this. If age is 5, do this. And if none of this are true, then you can have a default one. Default, it will log, let's say default, default, simple. And if I run this now, you will get default, because age is not equals 20. But if I make this age as 20, right, and run this one, you get 20. It runs this one, right? But what if I remove this break statement? You'll see something interesting. It will run 5 also. This is the issue that we face with switch case. If you don't give this break statement, it will check this one, then again it will, like, now whatever the value I've written, it will directly execute this one. It will not stop here. Like all these logs will be executed. If I remove this break also, then it will run everything. I hope you understand, right? So this is how a switch case works. You pass on value, value should be equal to this one. If the value matches with any one of this one, it will run this one, and then you have to break that line. So I hope you get switch case also, right? Now I'll tell you about more about break, and there's something called continue. So continue and break statements, right? So what I will do is I will go to our array first, because we're doing some nice thing now, right? It will be interesting. I will clean up some stuff. So I need this array and this type, and let me clean up everything, paste all these things like this. So we have, and let me do this. Let me take this panel position to right. Yeah, it will be easier for you to see also, right? Now we have a dummy data. What I want to do is, let's say, let me add more data. So let's make it, let's say, um, John, we have Smith and some number. Let's make the number small, 100, make it as 50, make this as 200, let's say, some numbers, right? Now we have our dummy data right here, and what I want to do is dummy data dot, I want to go through each and every data, right? Like this is a syntax, right? And here we get our data and the index value, but we don't need the index. I don't want to use the index anymore right now. I just need the data. What I want to print is if the salary is greater than 60, then I only want to print the data. So what I can write here is if, right, if my data dot um, um, my data dot salary, there are two ways I will tell you. Data dot salary, if it is greater than 60, then log data. So it will only log this two data, like 200 and this 100 Chinman and Smith. So if I run this here, you see we get only Chinman and Smith. This is one way. Or what I can do is I can do something reverse. I can do it like this. If salary is less than equals to 60, then continue, and I want to do a log here. Data. Let me see if we are getting any issues with this one. We are getting some issues saying jump. Okay, I see. I guess we cannot continue inside this normal because it's a function, and maybe that's why we cannot use continue. We can use continue only with for and while loop. Okay, I got it now, because I also don't remember anything, right? I also, you can say, just go with the flow. I'm also going with the flow. So we have dummy data. Let's do a for loop. For let I is equals to 0, I less than our dummy data dot length, and I plus plus. So what is this thing? This initial value, this is the condition, and this value will be executed after after this block, after the execution of this block, right? So I can write here, I can just copy paste the same thing from here, paste it here, uncomment, and uncomment, and here we can write here like our dummy data. So what it means, and I can copy this, paste it here. So what continue means, it will jump, it is a jump statement, right? What it does is it will check that if the salary is less than or equal to 60, then it will skip it, it will not go here, it will just do the, it will run continue, and continue will again go like increment this value, and like it will just skip whatever like whatever you have written after this e block if continue is run, right? If I log this one, you'll see we're getting the same data, right? But if I do this, you'll not see any data, like you'll not see any of this data, you will see this one, the opposite one. So if the salary is greater than 60, skip only those ones, so it will skip all the salaries and it will just print the 50th one, right? This is how continue works. Instead of this, you can write up a break. How break works is it will break the loop, simple as that. If I run this one, you see it break the loop. So it went through this one. Maybe I can take this here, and if I run this like this, you see we have this one, and we have this condition here. You see, if the salary is greater than 60, then print all the data. We have two data which are greater than 60. One is this and one is this. Smith and Chinmay, but we're only getting Chinmay because the first value, the first index, it contained my salary greater than 60. It is true. This line was executed, and then it break the loop. That's that's what happened. That's all. Now I hope you understand what is continuous statement. Like its break statements break the loop. Whatever there is, it will break the statement. Like it will not execute further. It will stop this block. It will break the block execution flow. After this, it will not do anything. All the blocks will be stopped now. Now what continue does? Continue will not break. It will just skip whatever you have written after continue. Whatever you will write after continue, it will skip whatever code you will write after continue. Simple as that. I hope you understood. Right. Now let's see about filter. What is filter? What is reduce? Right. So we have our, let's say, const, let's say x equals to, I want to filter, like now we filtered the data, right? But we cannot store it somewhere, like, right? So what we can do is to, if I want to store the data, if from this array of objects I want the data, only those data, only the array of data which contains only the salary greater than 60, and I want to store it somewhere. What I can do is we have dummy data dot filter, and it is the same syntax as before. The syntax is always same. It is known as a callback function, right? Now it gives us a data and index always, but I don't want to use the index, so I'll not use the index. I will use the data only. And here I will check. What I will check? I will check this data dot salary is greater than 60. You can use a if statement. You can do like this, right? And you can return data like this. That's all. And if I print x here, if I run this one, you see I have an array of data containing salaries greater than 60. But you can do this much, or there is one more shorthand you can do. You can remove all this if condition. You just need this line. What you can do is you can remove everything, right? You can remove even this curly bracket. We can, like, you can directly return. This means directly return. You can just use a normal parenthesis like this, and it will directly return. Like this arrow means it will directly return if you don't give the curly brackets. So I can check, and you can check it like this. You can use question marks. This is called ternary operators. I will tell you how what is ternary operators also, but let's just see this one. Like this. So if this is true, use a question mark. If this is true, we're asking if this is true, then return the data. Else, what you do is you don't return anything. You return null. Let's say simple, or maybe you return false, not null. Right? You return false because filter expects a return value of type true or false. So if this condition is true, then it will return the data, or it will return false. So if I run this one, you'll see this same output again. This is one way of doing it. Or let me explain to you how ternary operator works first. So here I'll write here, let's say let a equals to 1, and I will write here if a is equals to 1, then say hello, or else say no. Simple. So if I do this, you see hello, right? But if I make it 2, you will see this. It will say no, because this condition is false. It goes directly to this. This is a shortened property. This is called ternary operators, right? Okay. Now this is how you can filter out your data, right? Simple syntax. If this is true, then what you will do, then do this, else do this. Simple, right? Similarly, we have something called map. Filter outs only filters stuff, but what maps does is it you can modify this data entirely. Here we are saying age, name, and salary. What I can do is now const, let's say y equals to, we have dummy data dot map. It is a mapping. I can map each and every data like this, and I want to return an object, right? Because map returns something. You can return an object, you can return, or maybe I want to return, basically like I want to convert this array of objects into an array of numbers which will contain only age. So I can write here I need all the ages, right? And what it will do is it will return data dot age. Now if I log this age like this, you will see all the data of ages, you see, like this. And if you want, you can return whatever you want. If you want, you can return hello also 3 times. It will give you an array of hellos, you see. This is how it works. So map basically gives you the data from here. It's a callback function. Then you can return whatever you want. You can return age, like data dot age, or maybe data dot name. I can do this, you get all the data, we get all the names, right? Simple. Or else you want to modify the object, you can do this. You can write here, let's say employ employee name, and you can maybe now make the data as like name. And if I do this and run this one, you will see this. It gives me an object which contains employee name as this and this. So we renamed this name as employee name by using this one. You can manipulate data, right? Whatever that we can manipulate keys and data with this map, and you can do whatever you want. If you want to do some calculations, if I want to multiply the salary, let's say I can use const salary equals to data dot salary times 100. I want to multiply it by 100, and I can want salary is going to be my salary, right? You can do it like this. Both the names are same, so you can remove it, like, because the value name and the key name are same, that's why you can remove it. If it is 1, then you can write here salary 1, or else you can write here salary 1 directly. It will say salary 1 is this, so let's make it salary, right? And if I do this, you see all your value, whatever the value, like 150 and 200 was, it got multiplied with 100, and you get your result here simply, right? I hope so everything is going well for you now till now, right? Now we haven't started functions yet. We'll see what is functions and how functions works and why do we need functions, right? So let's say I want to build a, let's say I want to do some stuff and I want this function everywhere, wherever I want, right? So let's remove everything. I'm writing here, let's say let name equals to 5, right? And or maybe my name, right? It can be anything, it can be name, right? Now what I want is, we have a lot of names, right? And we have different places. We want to I want to convert this name to uppercase. Let's say I want to log name dot to uppercase. It's a small example I'm just giving you. You like, there will be a very much complex logic, or maybe complex calculation that you will be doing, and you don't want to write that code all the time, right? You don't want to repeat your code all the time. So what you can do is, you can create a dynamic function which will take some arguments, take some values, and give you an output. Function is that, like, what is f of x? Like, it's like this, right? uh, f of x is like this. It takes this is a function which takes some argument or some values, and it returns some result, right? That is what function is basically. So if I want to do this thing, it will give me this. But let's say you have some multiple, like, very heavy calculation. Let's say you want to make it uppercase, then you want to slice it. And then when you want to slice it, let's say if the name is greater than 5 characters, if it is too long name, then you want to slice the name. So I can create a function here. Now there are two ways of creating functions. You can create a function, I think, writing function name, let's say a function. What is the function name? Let's say we make it some function, let's say some f. I'm writing here, and it takes uh basically a string, let's say of name str, and the type it takes a string. We define the type also like this, right? And what it does is, this is the function block. Now it checks if our str, the string dot length, if it is greater than 5, then what it does is, it um it will do, first the thing is it makes it uppercase, right? So str dot to uppercase, it will make it uppercase, um like this. And then okay, I have to store it somewhere. Let's say const x equals to this, simple. And then you have this string. If the string length is greater than 5, then what you can do is, you can do x equals to um, x dot slice, basically x. Now this, we are just modifying the value of x. This is a constant, so we can, like, we can modify it, obvious, because like we cannot modify the type, but we can modify the string, I guess. So we have a const x, and what is the value, and we have x, and I want to slice the value, whatever the value we had before of x, to um, let's say like this. If it is greater than 5, I want to make it 5, right, like this. Then I want to concat triple dots, right? And then I want to return x here, right? Now we're getting an exception. X is any, and it is a constant. Cannot assign x because it is a constant. It's constant, so you can make it a let. Issue will be gone. And x is a string. Here x is a string, x is a string. Nice, the issue is fixed. Now if instead of doing this, if I write here to call the function, this is the function declaration. Now you have to call the function, so you can do some function, and it will accept a string. Now you see, this is the beauty of TypeScript. You see what you need to pass. You can hover on it and you can see this thing, right? And I want name, right? And if I run this one, you'll see chinma triple dot, right? Because my name is greater than 5. But if it is not greater than 5, if I write here simply, let's say hel hello, like this, it is less than 5, it will say hello, simply. It will just make it uppercase, nothing, show the complete name. But if my name is too long, it will first make it uppercase, then it will slice the value to 5 characters, right, to contain 5 characters. Okay, so we have written 6, so 6 characters, the length of the character 6. 0 from 0 to 5, it's 6 characters, right? 0 1 2 3 4 5, right? 0 1 2 3 4 5, we have 6 characters, right? Now, and then I want to concat means I want to add triple dot at the last. That's what I did, and I finally return the value. You have to return, this function return some value. There are some functions which returns null also. You can define the return type here also. It returns a string, so this means it will return a string, simple. So if you hover on this one, you can see the return type also. So it takes a string and it returns a string. I hope you will be getting all this TypeScript and this thing also in this one. Simple TypeScripts, right? We're not going through heavy and complex TypeScripts right now. We will be like, I will be teaching you all this types with you by like with projects. So we'll be building some nice projects after this one also with Next.js and stuff. So stay tuned to the channel, bros. Um, yeah. Um, because there are some stuff like async await promises. I will not teach you all this stuff in this video. I want to make it simple. I will teach you what is promises and stuff in the Next.js course, where we'll be calling and using async await. We will be dealing with APIs, we'll be dealing with data and stuff. What are APIs? We'll be learning on that one, right? Nice. So hopefully, I guess you understood what is how functions are written. But if I do this here, you can use it also like this. You see, you can call this function by writing it below also. This is a one way of writing functions, right? But the same function can also be written, right, like this. If I paste it here, let's say again here, uncomment this one, and instead of writing it's called arrow functions, you can write here const, and then use equal to, and write here equal to arrow mark. like, so these are called arrow functions. So mostly we use arrow functions in Next.js and everywhere, like wherever we do, we mostly, this is a recommended stuff, right? And it will also do the same result. If I run this one, it will also work like that only. If I write here, right, like this, I'll do this, it will do the same stuff, right? But if I copy this thing and paste it here, it will not work, because you have to, like, because now this is the how this works. And we mostly, like, this is a convention that we, whatever the functions we define above, and then we call it below, we keep it in a stack, like in that stack only, so that we don't miss anything. If you're writing, so if you're using function, you write somewhere here, or even if it's not written, maybe, who knows, there will be some issues. So you see, like, in this is the difference between this function and this thing only, like, mainly you have to know right now. So when you use arrow functions, you have to define the arrow functions before using it. So here you cannot use arrow functions like before assigning you are using it, because it's not a function, it's a const. You see, it's because it's a const, it's a variable, right? And this variable is an function. That's how it is, not an actual function, but it's a wrapper function, you can kind of say. This thing is a function which is stored inside this thing. That's like this, right? So you can have to call it here. This is also a function, only this much. If I copy this much of stuff, if I do this, and you see, I do the console log, you will see function. It gives you the type what we are console logging. It's a function. So basically this is also a function, simple function, like this syntax of a simple function, arrow function. You see, nothing, it's a function. If you do this, you see we have a function. I hope you understood function also. Okay, now we have actually all the basic concepts of JavaScripts are done now, and TypeScript, like basic TypeScripts and how you can pass types. Now here you are doing it like this, you can use curly brackets. Basically it will be in object format, you can do anything, whatever you want you can do, right? You can pass objects, you can pass whatever, but you cannot define this type here. Now you can define the type here. So the type of this is going to be an str, is going to be a string, and returns a string. You see, so this is an object, that object contains a string, right? And you can pass it like this now, and you have to write here str again, because you have to pass it in the form of key and value, and here the key and value are different, so you have to write the key then the value. This is one more thing boy to do, same thing. So this is how you can do the stuff. You can make it like this also. This is basically our prop, or maybe arcs. And what you can do is, this arcs contain everything, so you can do arcs dot str, because this arc is an object like this. I hope you understand. It will also do the same stuff. You see, it basically, this function expects an object, right? And which is called arcs, an object, and it returns a string. I hope you understood all the concepts of string, arrays, let core, like whatever, like const stuff, right? um Const is a constant, right? You cannot change it and stuff. um Hope you understood till now. So here we are ending the episode 1. Now we will be going for episode 2, where um, I will be teaching you DOM manipulations basically. Now what is DOM manipulation? Like, it is related to a little bit of with HTML and CSS with real world web, right? I'll show it to you, and there we will be building a small project, maybe a to-do list, and we will not only build it, we will deploy it. You will have a live URL which you can share it with your friends also, right? So let's go to the next episode. Hey, what's up everyone? Let's get started with episode 2. Here we will be building the entire like I will be explaining the entire DOM manipulation selection, and we will be building the to-do application in this video, right? So like we'll be using the same configuration only. We'll be using TypeScript, and we'll be compiling the TypeScript to JavaScript. It's a little bit different way than others do, right? So we'll be writing all our JavaScript here, and we'll be compiling our TypeScript to JavaScript, and then it will be used on our HTML, right? Nice. So let's quickly create a index.html. and I'll use this to create my boilerplates, right? And right here like to do app like this. Now I don't want, like, I want you all to install basically a extension, right, which is this one, live server, this live server 5 server. You can install this one, and here I guess you can see at this point, you can see my cursor. Let me zoom this one a little bit for you, maybe like this. I guess you can see this go live now, like behind my image or behind my, like, myself, right? You can click on this at the bottom of your VS Code, then you can just open your live server like this. Like it will open all your what is this, your HTML live here. You can see to do app here, right? Nice. And let's say here I'm writing here, let's say in h1 it's to do app, and you can see it changes in real time. It's That's easy, right? And here I will not going to explain you that much about HTML CSS. We'll be doing some basic stuff with HTML CSS. Here my point is to explain you how you can deploy it for free on Netlify, and how can you, like, you should be like understanding the concept of DOM manipulation. That's all. So we have this thing here, right? So let's add a little bit CSS to this one, right? So I'll use simply the style tag here, and what I want is I can select everything, make m0, this means margin is 0, p0 means padding 0, like this. Then we need the box sizing as border box, and our font family to be, you can use any of whatever the default you want, you can do, or you can use also like Google imports, Google font imports, you can do that also. Let's use this one maybe. Let's see how this looks. Looks fine to me. Nice. Now with this one I will give a uh, I'll give this basically, let's see. So I want the background color for my body, not black. Let's use a nice color, maybe F1, 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 little bit milky, nice. And okay, so here at the top, let's say here we have our app name. Maybe I want my app name at the center, and I will be adding some input and then a button maybe, like that will add basically our stuff here, right? And by building this project, you will be learning about, I will be explaining the DOM manipulation and stuff when go, right? So in this way it will not be boring, right? Okay, this is what we have done, right? CSS is working, we know. HTML is working, we know. Now let's connect our JavaScript file, but we don't have any JavaScript, right? As I told you, we will be writing here, and then we will be compiling it to JavaScript. And we already have installed Bun and stuff, right? In our first episode we have done all these things. So let's open your terminal, and you can create a new, open up a new terminal, right, like this in your VS Code. And what you can do here is, let's write a console log here. Let's say simply log working on to do, like this. And now you will write a command here, that is bun build, then the name of your file, that is index.ts, like this, and dash dash out directory, out dir, and write the folder name that you want. I'm being like, I'm just making it a JS folder. Hit enter. You'll see a JS folder appears, and if you open this one, you have a console log here, you see. So we will now link this to our HTML file at the bottom here. So I'll write here a script tag, and to close this one like this, self-closing tag, and we'll be using src. I see we cannot use this, maybe it's because of my formatting. That's fine, I guess. Maybe we can do it like this. You can use a self-closing tag to this box, but like I'm not sure. Some of my formatting is not working. Let's do this. So dot slash js slash index.js. Simple, right? Now if I come over here, open my console, like you can use Control Shift C or Command Shift C, or you can do this right click and inspect. It will open your console here. You can click on console and you will see working on to do app, right? You can also run JavaScript stuff here. So this is your console, right? This is our dev tools, you can say. So okay, that's done. Now one thing, writing this much up like big thing all the time is not a good idea, right? What we can do is copy this thing, go to your package.json, and here add something called scripts. Inside the scripts, write a script for build, all right? And here what you can write is paste the entire command. That's all. Just do this and you will see some magic. What magic? Let me show you. I will write here, let's say something like this. Let's say 1 plus 1. It will give us 2, right? Now you don't have to write all these commands entirely now. What you have to do in the terminal is run build. That's all. If you do this, come over here, you see we are getting 2 instantly. This is how it works. So this is how you can compile your stuff, right? Nice. I hope you get the point. Let's go back to our index.html, and we have a to-do app, right? So we have an h1. Let's give it a id. Let's say our app name maybe, or brand name. Let's say like brand. And I will do this using hashtag. You can access your IDs, and I want text alignment to be center. Simple. You can see this. I want some spacing from the top and from all the sides I will need. So I'm adding it to this one. I will add some padding of 20 pixels or maybe 30 pixels. Clean, right? Now we have our heading and stuff. Nice, that's great. Now before moving onward to the other stuff, let me explain you some stuff from DOM manipulation, right? So you see this to do app here, right? If I want to access this thing and I want to modify this somehow, how can I do this? Using JavaScript. So let's go to our TS file. You can use selection properties from document. So in JavaScript, let's say if I want to get that this to do this h1 heading or h2 heading, whatever we are using here, how can I do this? It's pretty much simple. Right here a const plus what is the name? That's h1. So I'm writing that this is my h1. You can write whatever name if you want. It's a variable name only, and use document dot query selector, right? I'll show you what is query selector and what is query selector all, right? So if we got query selectors, and as we are using TypeScript, it gives you the type, like what should be the parameter and what should be stuff returns, and what also the return type. It also says to you returns the first element that is descendant of the node. So it gives you the first element that is the descendant of the node. So what does this mean? I will explain you in a minute, right? So let's write here, let's say h1, right? And now if I will log h1 here, you will see something interesting. I have to compile that also. Let's do the compile, and you see as soon as I compile this thing, I'm getting my h1, the entire element here, right? So this is how you can access it. But now let's do one thing. Let's come over here. Let's replicate this thing twice. I'll write here 2. Save it. You see we have to do app and to do app 2, right? But we are not, if I, even if I refresh this, we are not okay, we are getting just the h1. We are not getting the entire stuff, right? Not the entire element. So the thing is, why we are not able to get this one? You might be thinking we have created one variable. No, it's not about that. What the query selector does is, like right now in index HTML, we have 2 h1 elements, right? So we can have as many h1s, right? We can have 100 h1s, any number of h1s, right? But what this will do is query selector, whatever will be the first h1, which will be like whichever element like of h1 is at the top, it will give you that element. So here this h1 is at the top, so it okay, we can remove this yeah, because id should be unique only. So yeah, fixes it. So if you see this, it will only give us this first h1, not the second one. That's what it is saying, right? Returns the first element that is descendant of the node that matches the selectors, right? But if I want to get all the h1s, then at that point you can use query selectors like this. Not query selectors, query selector all, and like this. So you are getting all the h1s now. Now I want to compile it again. Compile it. Yeah. You see, now we are getting a list here. A list of h1s. Let me zoom this one also for you. Hope you can see this right now. Yeah, you can see this, right? So we have node list h1, right, like this. And here the zeroth index is the first element, the second is the second element, right? If I open this one, we have a bunch of properties on inside this one. We have last child text, we have a lot of things, inner html, on click, on double click, on key down, on key press, on load, on pause. We have a lot of things inside this one, right? A lot of functions that we can use and manipulate the data inside this one. So now this is just a list, right? Now you already have learned about this, like list manipulation, like how you can manipulate list, how can you filter out, how can you perform some task on list already in the episode 1. So you can do the same thing. You can do a for each loop and you can do whatever you want to do with it, right? Now I'll show you something interesting, but before that, let me show you how can you, let's say, change the color of this one, let's say all the h1s, to something else. So what you can do is, we have all the list of h1s, right? And I can do this h1s dot for each. Yeah, so we have a for each here. Now inside this for each, I have my each and every h1, right? And I can do whatever I want to do with this h1, you see. And it also tells me the type of this one. It is a html heading element, you see. That's why I like TypeScript, is so amazing. Okay, so each and every h1 has some properties. So I want to access the style property. So you see, we have a style property. If you come over here, it's just an attribute. We can also add style here. So we're accessing this style only. Simple, right? And we have a style. It's the style is an object. Inside the style, we have a lot of CSS properties now. So I want to access the text color. Or maybe it's called color only. Color, yeah. And I want to make the color as, let's say, red. Simple. If I save this and compile it here, you will see it becomes red. Amazing, right? So this is how you can play around. Like, you can change the css, you can click on button and you can change the stuffs. So this is how you can play with around with this stuff, right? Now let's get started. So we have an to do app here. Let me remove this. We need only one, right? Nice. What I want to do is, here I want to add an input box and a button at the side, and whatever I will write here and click, if I click on this, I want to display it over here. That's our first goal, right? So I want to create an input tag here. I can create an input tag. Let's say I will give it an ID of our to do input. Let's say to do input, like this. And I want to add some CSS to it, because it doesn't look good to me, right? And what I can do is, let's wrap this thing inside a div and paste it here. I'll give this div a class of container. And what we can do is, let's add some CSS to our container, like display should be flex. Our flex direction, it's fine. It's in row by default. So I want to make justify content to center, and items, basically justify items, I guess, or it's align items, sorry, to center. Okay, looks nice. If I do this, it is the center right now. Want to add some spacing to this one. Let's add some margin. From top and bottom I want 30 pixels, from left right 0, let's say. So it will be like this, right? So this is a one liner property, right? So you see, margin top one stuff. You can give, this is the top bottom, this is the left right, right? Nice. Now let's take this to do input. I'll add our hashtag ID and I will give it a width let's say of 300 pixels and a padding of 10 pixels and um, font size, let's say of 22 pixels. Let's see how it looks. It's like this. You can write anything here. Simple, right? Let's make it more attractive. I can do one thing at this one only. Wherever we have this asterisk symbol, this means it will be applicable to all the elements, right? And what I can do is I can write here outline to be none. If I do this, if you click on this, you will not see any outlines, right? And instead of making it this much, let's make it 500 pixels. It's nice. And let's add a shadow, box shadow basically. uh, let's say 0 space 0 comma 10 pixels comma 5 pixels hashtag 000, and it looks too dark. What we can do is we can um, reduce this, I guess. Okay, we have to increase this to 20 pixels. Make it 30 pixels and let's make it as 50. Okay, this is the spread value, that means. So what we can do is I can reduce it to 1 pixel. Let's say maybe 10 pixels looks good. Can I add more? This is the blur property, so basically I was not writing this course. Yes, it has been a long time, I guess more than 2 years, 3 years, I guess. Mostly tailwind stuff, right? Tailwind season stuff. So let's see what we can do is we can use this like this and reduce it a little bit more. Okay, and if I make it 10, okay, it becomes like this. Make it 50. Okay, and let's make this as 5. uh, 10 pixels from here, and we're making it like this, and let's make this as 50. I'm just playing around with it right now. Okay, let's not waste that much and make it 0 only. And if this is a blur property or the spread one, then let's make it as 1. Okay, it becomes like this. 100. Okay, it becomes a lot. So safe would be, let's go for 25, and this should be 10. Okay, looks fine to me. And we can do simply a border radius of 20 pixels. It will look like this. Make it 5 pixels maybe. Looks a little bit rounded. Nice. So we have our input box where we can write something, at least for now. Simple. Then I will be adding a button here, right? So you can just write here a button, and I with an ID of, let's say, um, submit button, like this. And I'll write here, let's say, add. Using this button you can basically add it. So I want it to be padding of 10 pixels, let's say, from top and bottom, from left and 30 pixels. Text center, text alignment center, bg background. Let's use it some decent color. Let's use this one. Let's see, we have a add button. We can write here border as none, so looks like this, and add the same thing to this one. Add like 5%. Will not look like this. Okay, let me see. We have a 10 pixels and 20 pixels. Make it 20. See. Okay, let's add a little bit gap of 10 pixels. Okay, looks nice to me. Make add this to this one. And so 20, make it as 16. Okay, looks like nice to me for now. And we can have color as white. Okay, and font size as 20 pixels. 20 pixels is huge. Let's make it 18. Okay, and I can reduce this to 14. Okay, we have this thing now, and I want to make it cursor as pointer, and then I want to add a hover effect on this one. So hover I want it to be, let's add a transition also. Transition at all 0.3 seconds ease, and let's make the color to be this, but a little bit dark. So make it like this also. If I do this, okay, the color, not the color, the background color, like this. Okay, looks good to me for now. You can click on it and you can do stuff. Right, great. Let's go to the index.ts. Let's remove all these things from here. I want to select don't want to select this thing. Clean. Let's make it clean, right? Okay, till now what we have done is we have just added these things, right? Simple. So now what I want to do is, after this one, let's have another div, and it will have an ID of our to-do container. Let's say container, yes. Now what we need to do is, whenever we are writing something here, I want to access that data to my, like in my JavaScript, right? So for that I need to first like get the access of this input element. So I need to do the same thing as my input, to do input, or maybe input equals to maybe input element equals to document dot query selector, and I can do just this. I can use my ID. Like if you want to access a particular ID, you can do this hashtag to do, right? If you want to do a class, you can do a dot, but query selector will always return the one thing only, like the first element. If you have, if it has multiple classes, you have used a class at multiple places, then it will just give you the first one, the first element, which is using that class. Nice. So we have our input element here. So I want to log all the data whenever we are writing. So to do that, we have to use event listeners. Now, what is event listener? It's basically whenever I'm writing something, let's say there are multiple event listeners, right? If I'm writing something here, I want to detect that event change, whatever, like it's changing, right? We're changing the text here. So I want to detect that event. So we have input element dot add event listener. Like you see, it automatically added this question mark. Now what is this question mark is actually, it's very much helpful if you're working in the real world. Then it is like very much or very often used, right? Very much used, you can say. So this means this input element can be null. You can see it can be a null. So what we can write here is, if our input element, if you want to remove this question mark, then you can write here, if the input element um, is not equals to null, this is a way you can do. You don't need to separate, like it's a one line, you don't need to do brackets here. So it will automatically detect that this is the part of this one, right? Now if I hover this one, you will see it says element. I can remove this now, right? It is not saying element or null. Or else you can do this, you can remove this null. So like we want it, like if you want to use like it's better to use always use boolean stuff. You can do this if input element is there, then this also works. You can see it will give you this, or else you can do this. Now by doing this, what, like if it is null, so if it is null, and by doing this double exclamation means if it is null and you are using one exclamation, this means false, but we want double because if it is a null it will give us false now. So if I do this thing, let's say const x equals to do this, I wanted to show the type here. Over on this, you see it's a boolean. You can say it like is input element, if it exists, and replace it here. This is we are checking if the input element is there, then we want to add the event listener. All right, simple. Now this is a better way, you can say, to avoid null stubs. We don't want null stubs. And we have our add event listener. We have added the event listener. Now we have to give the callback function, basically not the callback function, basically the event, which event we want to listen. So here you can give your event. Let's say if you want to do the, like I want to listen to the on change event, I can write here on change and paste this event here. So it is saying now, you see it takes 2-3 events, like so these are the needed events. If you see this one, it takes the listener event object, then some options and the type, basically which event you want to listen, right? Okay. I hope so you understood this much up. You can add an event listener and then the event, then you have your callback function which gives you the event here. Now if I do this and if I compile this one like this, come over here, reload it once, we are not seeing anything right now. Let me clean everything here. Let's write something and let's see if we are getting something. We are not getting. Okay, okay, we are not getting the event. Let me see if I comment this lines. And with this, let's see, let me compile this, let me write something and still it's not working. Let's see what is going wrong here. On change event, we have input element document.query selector input, we have an input element at event listener on change and event stuff. Okay, input element dot add event listener. I want to add a listener. So we have before input, we have animation, we have blur, cancel, can play. We have a change event. I see it's not on change, it's change event. And now we can log our event. So bad little bit. I also, like I'm not also here remember like remembering things, right? I'm just like you only. You also don't have to remember, this happens, right? Okay, now what we can do is let's do this, and if I write, okay, we have to compile this. Don't forget to compile. If I write here something, load once, and still whenever we are writing we are not able to get the event. And let me see why that's the case. We have this input, let me log the input element. And let's compile this. Let me check JavaScript also. We have an event listener here, and looks good to me here also. We're getting the input element, that's nice. We have a on change event that I know for sure. If I write here on change, yeah, we have on change here, and we can do this. This is, we have on change event. Maybe let me do this. If I remove it from here, will it work? No. I see this is giving an issue. The issue is, I guess, add event listener. Okay, we haven't passed the basically this thing, our event which we want to listen, right? So here we have to pass the event. Here I want to listen to the input event. Simple. And this is what I want to do. First check if the input element is there, then I want to listen to the input event. Pretty simple. And I want to log the event, right? Now let's compile this thing. Come to this one. If I write something, you see, as soon as I wrote something, I can you see, like I can get all the event that this input box has, right? So this event has something called target. Target is basically this element, and inside this element we have the text value. So if I want to log what we are changing, I can do a to this event dot target dot value, and if event is there, I guess you can add this. Let's say, and let's do this. Let me compile. We can compile. Yeah, we can compile. If I write something, we are getting here. See, it's saying that value is not, it doesn't exist on this event because we are using this thing. So you have to write, instead of it's saying element, it's not an element, it's an HTML input element. You can do this, maybe I'm not sure if we can do this in this one, HTML input element. And if I do this, okay, and the event, it's an event now. Event as the target, I guess. Yes. And okay, let me see, this value doesn't exist on type event target. Event target has its, see what else we have. I see, but it contains the value. We have already seen this one. So now what I did here is basically a generic type. I defined the type, the return type of this document.query selector is going to be an HTML input element. If you hover, this becomes an HTML input element, and now you can get access to all this events that input has. So we want just the input one, and it's saying value is not in this event target. So what we can do is we can add our own type to this one. So I can declare a type here. Let's say like this type is going to be, let's hover on this one, it's event target input. So right here, input event, okay, input, right, input event target is going to be this, and I will add value as a string here. So, and you can use this one with this one. So what I can do here is right here, const target equals to this, basically this is the event dot target. So make it like this, is going to be event dot target, and we can use this target instead of this, you see, and saying it can be null also, right? So what you can do is you can add null to this one, event target, okay, you can add a null to this one, right? Or the better way will be, you can do a if condition checking. If we have the event target, then we want to do all this thing. Save it, and let's see what still it says. Event target is not assignable to type input. This one property value is missing, but required in the value string. Value is declared here. I see. So you can do this as this. This fixes the type issues. So this is how we fix the TypeScript. Sometimes becomes a pain in the ass, but that's fine. That is what we need a little bit. Like it makes your application super strong, right? Okay. So we declared, like what I did here. Let me explain you that first, right? So we have an input. I created my own type, and this is the inbuilt type that if you hover on this one, like this event, basically this target, it was saying it was called a type of event target. So I just copied that one, and whatever the value it contains, along with that, I just added the type of value. I just merged it with this value with this one and created a new type or custom type for me, right? And to do that, you can do this end, it will merge this two as one. And then if you do that, now inside this one you have a value, and you see we have a value inside this target. If I do this, I have a value. You can get all this, you can see all the options it has, right? And you are getting the value also. So this is a workaround only, right? So let me remove this extra stuff. Okay, okay, let's add a curly bracket here. Let's do this, select this, add a bracket here. Simple, makes it more cleaner to look now, right? Compile this one, and now if I do something, we are getting all the data here. So if you see here we are getting all the text that I'm writing here. Now what is the task is, when I click on this button, I want to add this to our let's say inside our to-do container, right? But how can we do this? It's easy actually. So okay, let me see. uh, huh. So we have to access the button first. So button is submit button. So I'll say add btn. I'll make it as add btn and paste it here. And it's an HTML button element. Simple. Now using this button, whenever we press on this button, we can listen to those events. We can use this. We can do the same thing if is this add button is there or not, like this. And we can do this here. If add button is present, then I want to add a event listener to our add button. Add button dot add event listener is going to be a click event, right? It will give you the event, and like this you can return it. So now same thing, whatever you did here. Here we were accessing the input event, here we are accessing the click event. I want to log, let's say button clicked. Simple. Now if now I'm going to compile this also, and you'll notice like this is also changing, right? You're getting the code here, the JavaScript code here, clean, right? Now if I do this, if I do something, if I click on this button, you see button clicked, if I getting button click, we're checking the events. That's amazing, right? Now what we want to do is, we are getting the data here, we want to add this data um, basically inside our to-do container. But here we haven't added any specific div basically. Okay, so what we can do is, let's do it like this only. Let's select this container, and okay, let me use this here, and let's remove this. And what I need to do is, it's going to be like this, paste it here. It's basically a div element, so HTML um, div element, right? And it's our to-do container. So this to-do container, what I want to do is, I want to add some stuff inside this one. Whatever we are writing, whenever we are clicking, let's say if we have written something, so what you can do is, you can save this data at some place. Let's say I can write here, let's say let my input is going to be an empty string, like this, right? And I can use this my input and update my input plus equals to, or maybe you can simply write my input equals to um, our target dot value, like this. And if now you have the access to my input, you can do this dot add container dot inner HTML, right? You can do inner HTML, or you can do simply inner text also, right? And inside this write equals to my input. So what's saying is, left hand side is enable is not optionally property. Okay, I see. So what we have to do is, to do container possibly null, right? So we have to add this here, is to do container, make it capital, copy this, and you can do this here. edit to this one. We need both to be defined. Now if both are present, I want to edit, right? And whenever we click it, now let's see what we see. Let me compile it first quickly, and let's write something. Add. You see, we are getting something. If I write something more, add, it's updating the data. It's not adding it, right? But we have to add it. So at least we have done something. We added some stuff. We are seeing how it is working. DOM manipulation is easy actually. You don't have like, we have all the built-in functions. You just have to use it. That's all, and use your own logic. That's all. I guess you understood what we have done till now. We are getting, basically we are selecting all our input button and the container elements like this, and then we are checking if those exist or not, because they can be null also, and we don't want them to be null. Then I have created an empty string. Then I was checking if my input is element is like is there. If it exists, then uh, this event listener, like just check for the whatever we're writing, just for the input event, and just we have modified our target a little bit according to our need. And then I'm just, whatever data we have written inside this one, I'm just adding it to this one, just replacing the data like just with this empty string, right? Nice. Now instead of this adding a text, let's see what else we have. Do we have something called, we have our next sibling, we have node type, node value, node name, next sibling. Okay, what is this node? Or do we have something called add? Okay, let's see, node name, node type, node value. We have something called child nodes. So what we can do is we can create a child node, and I guess we can add the child node to this container. That's one way of doing it. um okay, let's do that first. Let's say we have a console log button, we have to do container.node, we have console log and stuff. Okay, I will be giving you a task also that you have to do, so it is going to be pretty challenging, right? Okay, so I have to create a node here. Once my node equals to document dot create, we can do create element. Now I want to create a element of, let's say, a div element, let's say, or maybe you can do an h2 element also simply, or maybe do a h4 element. So I am creating an h4 node, let's say h4 node, and using this h4 node I need to add this node to this to do container, right? So let's see what we have. Dot, we can append child like this, I see. So it should have an append child, you see. So inside to do container we can append child method, and I can append, you see it takes a node here. I can do this here. Now you will not notice anything right now. So what you have to add some data to this one. Dot inner text equals to my input, right? And let's see what happens now. Let's compile this quickly. Okay, I compiled it. Let's write something. Let's say hey there, add hey there. Let's add something. Okay, add, you see it's working. We have already like created our to-do app here. You see it's so simple. Right here, let's say I'm writing my name, or maybe I have to create more videos on Next.js, let's say add, you see, so nice. If you want to add some number stuff, you can add that also. You can add a counter. That's easy actually. What we can do is here, let's say let count is going to start from 1. Simple, right? And what you can do is whenever we are adding on this button, right, and we are adding our input here, so you can basically concat this count with your input. Now you can concat it, or there is one more way you can do it. Just like this, you can use backticks like this, and you can use dollar, Now using this syntax, you can write normal string also, along with you can pass the value of your variables. So count, and then I will do plus plus. So why I'm doing this, I already explained this to you in my episode 1, that if you use count, it will take the value of count, then it will increment the value by 1, right? And then I want to, let's say, do this. I want to paste my input, so dollar curly bracket, paste it here, something like this, right? Now let's compile this, and right now if I write here, let's say um, apple, banana, orange, mango, something like this, mango. Add it. You see we have one in the list. Now if I write here, let's say um, I want to write pizza, add. You see we are getting pizza in the second number. So much easy right now, right? Now if you want, you can add some more css to this one. You can directly add css to this one. You can do this h4 node dot style dot um let's say color can be, if you want, I want the color to be, let's say little bit gray. I hope this is the spelling, I'm not sure. Let's try. Let me compile it. Now if I write something, add, it becomes gray. You can see you can modify, play with the css here, right? Or you can do that like this also. I hope so, because style is an object, so we can directly pass some objects like this maybe. No, I don't think so, because we can modify it but not. So that's fine. I will say for now we have style dot, we have animation, we have aspect ratio, we have background and stuff. You can play with that, it's up to you, right? But still, till now we have done a great job. We can do this, we can do this, but whenever I hit enter, it like I wanted to also add this one. But for that you can check basically a window event, maybe hitting key enter. Let's see, window dot add event listener, listen to key. Okay, I want to see key down. You see key down, if key is down, so you can so key down or key up. I say key press, what is key down, and it will give us some event. Let's see this event. Let's log event dot, and we have code. I guess we can use this code. If key down, it's a string. So if it is, let's say, let's log the code first, then we'll see. Let's compile this, and if I write something, hit enter. Okay, it's enter. Copy paste this, enter. We can use this if our event dot code, if it is triple equals to enter. What I want to do is I want to do the same thing, add this thing. So what you can do is you can create a function here before this or at the top also, but that is up to you. I'm creating a function here. Let's say const create to do. Let's say it's a normal function, like arrow function, let's say, and paste everything here. Now we need all these things, right? So we need this check. Let's take this check also here. So simple. And not only this, you can also do this. You can just do this create to do, and you can run it directly here simply, or you can listen to this event also. That's up to you. You can do this like this. That's it. Now this is one way, and what I want to do is it's a little bit different. Let's not like this. Let's make it more cleaner actually. I want to, let's contribute everything like this. Let's copy paste this stuff, paste it here. I just need this part, this much apart, nothing else. So I can copy that and put it inside this here, and I need is to do container. So if is to do container. I want to do this. Create to do. You can call create to do here simply, and here also simple. Man, you don't need this here. So what I did is I just cleaned up a little bit code. I created a function which just adds the to do, like which creates a node and adds the stuff to the node, basically our input, and then appends to the to do container. Same then, like, and then we have like, and just we are just calling this function here whenever we click on, basically we don't need this event, maybe, or maybe we don't need this event here, we don't want to use it for now. But here we are window is basically this entire window that you are watching. You can write here window also, hit enter, you'll see a bunch of events and functions that you can use with window, right? And you can play around with it if you want, but my point is you can see this now. Come over here, let's compile this. Here, compile this, hit enter, enter. Now what I want to do is whenever I hit enter, I want to, or whenever we create a to do, I want to empty this thing. It's easy to do. There are two ways to do this. The first thing, my input, make my input as blank. This is the first. You can do this, or it doesn't matter also. It will automatically be done. And you see we have our input element. We can use directly our input element here. Input element dot, I can remove this for now. It will automatically become empty because like we are watching it here only. Element dot value equals to blank, and what we have to do is we have to check if it should contain right here and paste it. So if we have the element, then I want to do this. Simple, makes sense, right? Now let's compile this. And doing this, if I write something, hit enter, you see we have a nice to-do application. And let's remove all the console logs. We shouldn't keep console logs in the production applications. Remember these things. Here it's just for debugging only. You see so much clean right now. Let's compile this one more time. I can write hello world, right here subscribe, I can write here follow, I can write here good job. You see, so much easy. But the thing is, we are not storing this data anywhere. If I reload this, it vanishes, right? This is what we don't want actually. So there is a way to do this. We are not going to use any database. We'll be using our local database, right? Now, what do you mean by local database? You can see here we have application. Inside this application, we have different type of storage facilities, right? Here, let's focus on this two things, right? How this works actually. Let me explain you. Local storage. If you store something in the local storage, it will be stored permanently until and unless you remove it, right? Even if you reload your page, it will be here. But session storage, if you store something in the session storage, as soon as you refresh the page or you close the tab, the session gets cleared and all the data will be lost. But what if you store it in the local storage, even if you close the tab or if you reload, it will be still present in this local storage. This is how it works, right? Now, let me explain it more easily to you. How can you use the local storage? It's easy, super easy. We have window object, as I told you, and inside window we have dot local storage, you see, and here inside local storage we have set item. You can do this. Now it basically accepts an key and a value. Key can be, let's say, our, let's say, to do dash app, and value can be, let's say, anything. It can be an array or it can be a string, it can be a number, anything you want to show. Let's say I'm writing here hello world, like this. And if I compile this thing, you'll notice something here in the local storage. You see we have a to do hello world. If you want, you can remove it. You can select on this one and click with this. As soon as I reload this page, it will again come up here, you see. So we have our to-do app here, and even if I reload this now, let's reload. You see I'm reloading it a couple of times, but it is still here, right? Even if I close this and open it again like this, and if you go to the applications, still we have our hello world. This is how we can store our data, pretty easy. So what we will do is, whenever we are creating, but you can try session storage by yourself, right? Just give it a try, the session storage. uh, okay, now what I'm saying is, whenever we are creating a to-do, let's store this to-do inside our local storage. Simple, right? So just copy this, put it here. Before appending, I want to store it, and it's going to be my to-do. Let's say to-dos, simply to-dos, or to-do data. And here I want to store it. Okay, the one more thing, if you hover on this, it always takes string things, right? It will take key as string and value as also string. You cannot pass any other things, right? I told you you can pass anything, but in the form of string. How can you do that? I will tell you now. So here what we will do is, before adding it to this one, um, the set item, whatever it is, first we have to check, first we have to get the item, right? So let's copy this and go to the top right here, const our existing data, and here I'll remove this and I will use get item. So I want to get item to data, but if you notice, we don't have anything. We haven't, like, there is no to do data here, right? That's nice. So it can be null, right? That's fine. Now what we need to see is existing data, right? Whenever we are doing this, we have to check first that our data exists or not. If not, we have to create it. Simple as that, right? So what it will, we can check it here. If existing data exists, or maybe you can do it like this, is existing data, like this, and you can add a check here. If existing data, if it doesn't exist, then window dot local storage dot set item will set it first. Name is to do data, and paste it here, and then I'll set the value. So it's going to be json dot stringify. You can use this function and pass an empty object. Now this will make sure that it contains some data, like this. Pretty easy. Okay, and nice. Now if I compile this, you'll notice it creates a to-do data as soon as I compile it, because it was empty, and we have a array here, you see, in the form of string. Yeah. Now what we have to do is, now we can access this existing data inside this one, right? And what we can do is, we know we have this data. We can, before appending it to this one, we have to append it to that one first. So what you can do here is, you can do existing data. So we have created we are getting the data here, whatever the existing data, and right here if, and we have to make sure if it exists or not. So like you can write here, and we know it will exist now. So right here, existing data, or maybe like this, dot here dot append. It not append, it's called push. Now it says it is a string. We have to convert this into a array first. So right here, const our existing data array equals to json dot parse. You can use parse and pass it here. Now if you hover on this, it gives you any, right? So what you can do, you can pass it, and here some stuff like, it's going to be a string of array, or maybe not here. You can do this here. So if you do this, now we know the string is going to be a string of array, and dot push. Now array has a method called push to, if you want to add some data to at the end of the array. at the end of the list, right? It's called push. And existing data array dot push, I want to push my string data. So my string data is this one, that is my input, whatever it is. So you can copy paste it, this entire thing, or maybe you can say here const my to do is equals to this to do, and you can replace this with your to do, and let's make it more cleaner. Let's remove this. Nice, like this. So I want to push my to do this one, and that's all for now. So let's compile this thing. Let's see what happens now. It's still empty. Let's reload the page once, and if I write something, let's say hello guys, like this. So what happens is if I add it, it is added here. If I reload this, okay, it has not been added to this one. That's something that's not working. So this, we know this is working. Okay, now it has not been added because we are not updating our local storage. So to do that, we have to use window dot local storage dot set item, and item is going to be our this to do data. So I need to set my to do data with JSON dot stringify. Now I have to add this existing array here. Simple. Let's compile this one, and now let's reload once. If I write here, let's say subscribe now, hit enter. You see, as soon as I added that one, I got my data. Now even if I reload, at least my data is stored here. It is not showing here. We will populate the data, we'll get the data from here and show it here, and you can see this looks nice, right? Now how can you do this? Let's do that. Let's populate the data. Let's get the data from here and show it here. So I can write here else, like if it exists here. We were checking here that if our existing data exists or not. So if it doesn't exist, create the array, or if it is existing, if it exists, then what you have to do is you have to append. You have to create a node and append it, right? So we have to do this thing basically. So we can create another function here. Before this one, let's take all the functions to the top of the file, maybe, or let's below this one, maybe before this if condition, at least we can do that. Nice. Here I will be creating, before this one I will be creating another function const append data to container. It's going to be a function, and what this function will do is whatever we were doing here. So it will make a to do container and append child. We need, okay, we have to first, we need this to do data. I'll take this, paste it here like this. We have our data. Where is this h4? We created h4 here, so we'll do that again. We'll create another node, and then okay, nice. This 3 lines we have added it here, and then we have to append it here, and we need the to do container for that one. So we have to check if is to do container, and we can take everything from here to this one, right? So I'm just checking if my container exists, then I will do all this thing, and we can call this function here. So you can remove this from here, you can remove this 3 things from here, and you can just call this function directly now. Simple. And we don't have the to do now, right? So we can do this, paste the to do here, and let's do one thing. It will accept our data. It's going to be a string, and we have to pass to do here, and we can use this data directly here, making it much more easy now. So we are creating our to do here and passing it to this one. Simple, right? In this way we can not only append but also, let's make it more cleaner like this. Okay, so we can append it to our HTML, and then we can also are appending it to our local storage. Now once this is done, what we have to do is we have to see, like in this condition, if our data exists, then do this, get all the data. Basically we just need this existing data array again here, and from this data we have to do a loop. So you can do a for each loop dot for each data. You can do this for each data. What you can do is we can append this directly. You can append container and you can pass our data. So this will basically append all the data. That's easy. Compile this one. You see we are getting subscribed now. Even if I reload, I get subscribed now. If I add something, let's say we have almost completed the to do, hit enter. You see we got two datas now, and we can see it, and you can, even if you reload this, it is here. Super easy, right? You can see how easy is this thing. Now now if you see one thing, uh, this number is not changing, right? And how can we fix this? It's easy. Fixing this thing will be easy actually. Whenever we are doing this, our count value, we were updating, okay, count value plus plus. If I write something now, it will become 1 2. Okay, I see what is the issue is now. So let's okay, the issue is we are not updating the count value when we are appending it, like inside this one, right? So we have to go to the count, and inside this for each we have to increase our count value all the times. Make sure this simply, and let's compile this one, and let's empty our data set. Let me remove this, reload this. We don't have anything, and as soon as I reload it, you see we have to do empty data. Say hello. I hit enter, it is not working, and let's see what's not working. Just compiled it, and let me reload. Write something. Okay, it's working. We just have to reload, I guess. That's what's the issue only. That's fine. To make sure when we do this, that's fine. You can do a simple stuff. If it does not exist, we can do a window dot location dot reload. Simply you can call the reload if you want to reload your window, right? Now if I do this, I delete everything from here, I reload it, it reloaded twice, right? If like it's super fast, you can notice it right now. Okay, hit enter. Okay, hitting enter is not working. Let's see. Okay, just reload it once, I guess. That's fine. Okay, now it helps us to create the data. Now it was not working. Let's see. What we were doing is we append the data, then we do some existing array shit here and make our empty as 0. That's fine, but it becomes 3. That's an issue, and let's see what is the issue we are facing now. If I remove everything, reload everything, reload it. If I write here 1 2 3 hello, add, I'm getting 1. If I do something like this, add, I'm getting 2. Now if I reload it, okay, one of my data is gone. Maybe let's remove this. Let me see what happened. Simplify, and let's see. Okay, if I do something hello, hit enter, I got hello. If I write here okay, I'm getting okay. I'm getting it. It is, oh, I see. It is not appending. Um, I see. We forgot to write some simple stuff. Um, that is this line. We just need to add this. We are not pushing it to this existing array, and it's the data. So we have to do this here. Not here actually. It should not be like this. Let me see. We have data. We have an existing data. This is for the existing data. This is working fine. And let me reload. We clean everything. Let me see. Add. Let me reload once more. Add to, okay, it's updating only. It's not adding it. So whenever we are hitting on this one, it's adding it here. Let me comment this thing. Let me remove this. Oh, we haven't compiled, I guess, our code. Maybe might be the issue. Let's remove everything once. Reload. Reload. Okay, it's updating the data. That's not what we want. And let me see, whenever we are, okay, we are just adding create to do and the stuff. That's fine. And create to do is here. Okay, what do we, this appends the data. That's simplifies it. It does just the adding the data to the container. This is nothing. Then existing data dot for each appends it here. So for each it is appending the data. This is working fine. Some issue is here. So we are getting the existing data. I'm pushing the existing stuff to this one. Then after this, I'm just updating it like this. Let me see what is causing this issue now. So the issue is, I guess, coming from the existing data only, and we have initialized it at the start. Maybe that's the issue. So what we can do is, whenever we are creating, we need the updated data, like that will be, because we are using the I see we are using the existing data, and whenever we are creating it, it is loading from the existing data. This is the issue. So the way is, let's copy this one, this entire line actually, and I need the current data, whatever the updated data. Updated, see, current data, and we can use it here, and we can check if we have our updated current data, then that's great. Else return an empty array. Just using a ternary operator to make it more simple. Let's compile this. Let's go to this page, right? And let's reload. We have some data. Let's go to the application. Let's do this, and if I do this, if I delete everything from here, and let me reload. Let's say, hey everyone, and I guess I have to reload again. Sometimes it's not working, the reloading stuff, but that's fine. Hey everyone, hit enter. I get, now you can subscribe like this. Hit enter, and if you see, click on this, we're getting two datas right here. Enter. You see, this is how we're getting all the data, and I can remove this console log also. Now we are getting the data finally. But compile, I can compile it, and that's fine. Let's see if it is working. Now the next part is, how can we remove this thing? We can add a minus icon here, and clicking on this minus icon will remove this thing. So it's going to be simple only. It's going to be remove to do, and it will use some array comprehensions. Nice. So let's do this also. So what we can do is, we have done this much of stuff. If, like, let's say we can add a button here, right? Or what we can do is, if you click on this to do, let's say if I click on this, it will be gone, right? Make it more easy now. So clicking on this to do's will be, or maybe you can delete those ones. Let's say you can click on this, it will, let's say, select this one, and then you can remove it from here. You can do that one also. Let's do it more easy way. If you click on this, so maybe we can add a minus button here. Let's do that. What I will be doing is I need a minus icon here, or maybe let me think. I can create another node, and then inside this node I can add that one. Okay, let's do that in that way. It will be easy in that way actually. So okay, whenever we are appending also, instead of directly not appending to the inner text, I can do I can create some more nodes. We have an h4 node, then let's create another node that's going to be my uh, let's say btn node, and it's going to be a button. And what I can do is with this btn node, instead of this append child, yeah, we can append both the child actually. I can append the button node also, and not the inner text. No, this is fine. We can append these things, and we can also change the css a little bit. Dot style maybe, or maybe, oh, I see this. But to do this one directly, not appending it to this to do container, let's do one more. Let's create one more wrapper container. I will say it wrapper node. That's going to be a div, and inside this wrapper node, I will append the wrapper node here. But before doing that, what we will do is here I'll set the data, and then I have my wrapper node dot append child. I will append my h4 node, then I will append the button node, remove it. This I can do, and now I can have some css with this one dot style maybe, or maybe let me see any other way of doing it. Style dot display is going to be flex. Then I want it should have a gap. Basically gap can be added here, gap of 10 pixels. And what I want is wrapper node dot style dot I want the justify content, not justify content, basically align items to be center, like this. At least this is what I want. And we have this button, so I'll add some stuffs to this button. So I'll do button node, maybe I can do it here, button node dot inner text is going to be remove, let's say, and then it's going to have dot id. I can set the id to be use backticks. I'll make it, let's say, btn btn remove, and then I can add basically dollar sign and add the count value for this one. Okay, now we have this thing. Let's do it like this. Okay, looks more clean now. If I let's compile this thing, and you see we have remove buttons everywhere. Looks nice, right? Like this. Hope so this should work now. And let's compile this, and compiling this one. If I click on this, we are getting hello everywhere. Nice, it's amazing. Now if I want to pass something here, let's say let's see if we have this or not. We should have this, right? And let's compile this. If we have access to this one, hopefully we can get something. Okay, we have some error. Okay, We can node up this is what we can do now. Is with this one we have um, so what we can do now is we have our button ID here. Maybe we can use this one here. This is undefined. Maybe this should work. Hope so. If I click on this, warnings, yep, I'm getting my button IDs now. That's great. So we have our button ID. So what we can do here is um, in this ID at the end we have a number, so we can get that number easily. Maybe we can do it like this. Instead of making like this, use a hyphen. Do it like this, and we will have this in this hyphen format. It's easy now. So I want to get that number, so I can write here const index equals to id dot split. You can use a split function from hyphen. So split basically splits the, like, converts the string into an array, and wherever you will file this character, basically it will convert this and this into separate elements, and basically create an array. It's like this. So the first one will contain this, and the second one will contain the two, like this, maybe like this. This is what it will give us by using this split function. So, and I want to do -1, and I just convert. Let's get the value also. The last index is going to be 1, and I have to make this into a number format. We can do parse number, or we can simply use number. That works. And if we have the index here, so right here index and paste it here. Simple. This is one way of doing it. There are more ways actually. Okay, now if I click on this, okay, I have to compile it also. And now remove everything from here. If I click on this, you see I'm getting index 2, index as 1. We are getting the values directly. So it's giving me index as 1. So okay, what is giving me 1? We have index, we're doing -1 and stuff. Let me log this value once. Log this stuff. Compile it here. Click on this one, and I'm getting 2. When I click on this thing, I'm getting 2. That's something wrong. Let's go to application. We have 1 and 2, right? And I see. Okay. Okay. If I let me add some more stuff. If I click on 3, it's giving me index as 3. And it's 4. Click on 2, gives me 2. I see what is happening actually. Count plus plus is working, and I see the count value becomes 1 more. So we have our h4 data and stuff, then we append our child and stuff. We have our count number. Count value is changing here. I see. Starts from 1. Test updated data. So we have the next elements data. This count becomes the next elements index. So we can do -2 here. That will fix the issue. If I click on 1, I will get 0th index, second index. I'm getting the correct index numbers. Now we just need to remove those index. It's easy now. So what we can do here is we can need the existing updated current to-do and stuff. This everything copied here, right? And we are using it a lot of places. So let's create a function const get current, or maybe get updated current to do data, and it's going to be a function, and this function will return something. Let's say to this, and it will return the existing data array like this. Now we can use this function anywhere, wherever we want. So you see we are doing some shits here where you can do this right now simply, and you can remove this line. Now we have the existing data here, if you see. Now I can do the same thing. I can use this line and use it here simply in one line. This is where functions are very much helpful, right? So we are making it a much more clean code right now. So we have our existing data array right here. What I can do here is um, I need this existing data array dot not this one, I need this dot for each, or maybe I need to filter, basically just filter it out. I need to filter each and every data, and what I need to see is, or maybe data you can make it a to do. I want to filter every to do. I want to see, and I also need the index. Actually index value works. So we have and it accepts index, basically to do index, which is basically a number. So it returns, what it will do is const updated data, or maybe you can write here filtered data, and we have our to do. So we'll write here, will return directly if this index is not equals to our to do index. So what I'm doing is I'm just checking, like, whatever data we have here in the applications. If you see this application, come on application, yeah. So if you see, we have some index values, right? I have access to this all these indexes, right? What I'm doing right now is, if I click on this, I get the index value. So if this index value and this index value, if those are not same, so not same, which are not same, these two are not same. If this is 0, the index of this element is 0, so 0 is not equals to 1, that is true. Not equals to 2, it is also true. Not equals to some other data, but it is equals to, not equals to 0, it is false. So in that case it will become false, right? And it will not return any data. So it will check if my 0 is not equals to 0, false, which is 0 is equals to false, right? So it becomes false, and it will skip this data, right? So I'm just checking if my index value, whatever the index I'm getting here, I can make it an underscore here. So whatever the index value, we use underscore to scale, like if we are not using some data, but we have to still like write this thing, because it like, because we get this index in the second index, right? In this index. So we have this index. So if this index, whatever the data, it gives me each and every index of the to do list, like each and every index of this data. And I'm checking here, if this index is 0, this 0 is not equals to the index that I'm sending from here. So if I'm sending here this index, the index of this DCD is basically 0, and I'm just checking that this 0 is not equals to 0, this index is not 0. If this index is not 0, then I will return it simply. And I have my filter data, so we just need to have do window dot local storage dot update. We have to update, basically not update, basically set item. So sorry, to set item, it's to do data and json dot stringify our filtered data, simply. This is what we can do now. It's much easier now, right? And this will basically remove the data from there. Not only that, we have to also remove it from our this thing. So we have to run this thing again one more time. We have to make this our basically our existing container, like we have to run this one again, and that's all. Don't need to, and we have to do count minus minus, that's all. So we have to do, after removing it, we have to do count minus minus, then append the data. But before appending it, I need the to do container data and stuff. So I need my to do container dot inner HTML, and I want to make it empty, and I can have this thing. I can check it here. If I have is to do container. Then I want to do this, and then I want to append. Um, okay, before appending, we have to do this looping stuff again. So what we have to do is to append this data. We have to do um, hmm, I see. What we can do is we can do our filter data dot, or maybe you can do this here directly. You can call this thing, and we have our to do pass that to do here, to do dot, to do is just text, nice, is a string, nice. And what you can do here is uh, set it to blank first, not all the time, do it once. So make it blank, then add our data to count managers. This should work, I hope so. Let's reload the page once. Click on this, nothing happened. Okay, we can do the debugging now. Do it again. Click on this, and if I click on this, I'm index is 0, index is 1. Okay, looks clean. Let's go here. We are not calling this function, my bad. We have to call this function also. So wherever we are calling this button click, right, we have the index number here. So we just have to do this and pass the index, and you can remove this. This should work now. Let's compile it again, and hopefully this will work now this time. Let's reload once. Click on reload, go to our applications. I want to see something. Yeah, it is removed from here. If I reload this, yeah, it got reload, it removed. Reload. Okay, so thing is it's not updating it. Okay, so we have to update append. Before appending, we have to do this. So what we're doing in the append is I see, we have to append it. So you can have to use it. Okay, I see. Append data to container, append data to container. We're using the same stuff. I see what's going on. Maybe there's another nice way to do this. Instead of not doing it like this, there's one more workaround that will work. I know what the issue here is, but the workaround is pretty simple. Let's remove everything. We just need the filter data, obviously. We just don't need this, and this, and we don't need this. Super easy now. We can do, once everything is done, window dot location dot refresh, or maybe reload will work also. Does it take any parameter? I don't think so. Hopefully this should work now. Let's compile it. Let's reload once, and boom, it worked. Let me add something. Add, now add, remove, 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 remove. It's working now. So finally we are done with this to do app, right? We can go to the next chapter now, but before going to the next episode and stuff, what we can do is, let me explain you what we have done in this video. It's pretty easy and simple that we have done. What we have done is, we let me explain you first. Using select query selector, you can access your elements and stuff. You can pass id here, you can pass elements here, but it will all, just remember, it always returns the first element of the selectors, right? Now here we are using local storage, the storage of the browser. Super easy. Now we are checking if some data are not here or not. We are just had some simple string and our count value, and then we are doing some stuff, but this is working now, I'll say. One more fix we can do here, if you see, if I add everything here, but if I remove it, let's remove this number says 2. Instead of not giving this, we can update this number also if we want. We can update this number, but I know how to do this, but I will not I will say I will give it you as a task. You know what, I will just give you a hint here what you can do with this one. It's easy actually. Right now whenever we are basically creating a to do, right, we are making it a string of array. Instead of string of array, what you can do is you can make it basically um what I can say, um string of I will say you can make it. Okay, let me see one thing. We are using button id dot split and stuff. We are using the button id here. Okay, I know. So okay, it's easy to do. What you can do here is, where is that line where we were setting that count value? Count value, yeah. You see this? You can remove this thing instead of this count value. Just remove this count value, and whenever you are appending, you have the index value, right? Maybe you have the count value. Instead of using it here, you can use the count value um, here, maybe somewhere, right? Whenever you're appending to the container only, so you don't need to append this thing to your local storage. Don't save this count in your local storage. Instead, um, just add it to the text, this h4 text, whatever the data you're getting, you can add the number, and that's all. So whenever you basically whenever you are calling this function, it will automatically update the count value. It's that simple. Just remove it from here, and like remove it from here and just add it here. That should work. So I hope so you like this video, guys. um I've covered maximum steps related to this one, the DOM manipulation and stuff. You can use style, you know how to use style now, you know how to select the stuff. Now the next thing is we have to deploy. I told you how can we deploy this, right? Let me finally build one more time. So let's stop this server, right? Let's close this one. Let's search for Netlify. Click on this. I'll log into this one. Create your accounts and login. Login using GitHub. Authorize Netlify. Clean, right? All some of my old projects are here. Nice. What you can do now is that is some simple stuffs. Near new site and stuff. We have import an existing project, but we don't have any project, right? We haven't added anything to the GitHub yet. So what we can do is open this one, and we just need this JS file and this index.html file. So but I have to give you all this code also. So what you can do here is to make it more simple. I'll just show you how to deploy it, right? You can create a new folder. Let's say to do dash app, but I'll not save this to my GitHub maybe, but it's up to you if you want to do this the GitHub way. Or what you can do is there's one more easy way. Import an existing project, start from a template, deploy manually. You can click on deploy manually. You can just drag and browse your stuff here. So you can create a folder here to do app, right? You have this JS folder, copy this, paste it here, same, copy paste this thing, paste it here, right? Here actually, right? We have everything here. Now what you can do is open your let's say I will open my Finder. I have my to-do app. I will just drag and drop this folder here. That's all. And drag and drop. Okay, I guess it didn't come through. Let's do this. Drop, and it's uploading. See, super simple. You can do it GitHub way also. But I hope like some of you, if you don't have GitHub also, you can do this. So this is what I wanted to show. And it's deploying, it's building. Let's wait. Post processing complete. Everything is done. Let's click on preview if we can. Yeah, we have our to-do app. You see, we have our link. You can use it anywhere. You can paste it here. Let's see. Okay, see there's some bug basically that if the data is not there, you cannot add the data here. So to fix that bug, you just need to refresh it two times. Maybe it should fix that issue. But if I refresh it again, you see we have the data here, and it's pretty simple stuff right now. and you can remove stuff. And oh, it is working. Oh, I can remove, you see, I can add. Super nice, right? So a basic to do app we have created in this video. We have deployed it using Netlify. I see you saw how much time it took for deployment. It's just I guess 1 minute, I guess, or less than 2 minutes maybe. It's that easy to deploy on Netlify if you want to deploy some stuff. So I hope you like this video, guys. So we can move to the next episode. Basically, the next topic, we'll be learning something about some steps about Node.js. And don't forget, we are going to build at the end of this series. We are going to build our Ghibli converter. Yo, what's up everyone? Welcome back to devverse. In this episode of today, we are going to building, we're going to build the Ghibli CLI, you can say. Basically, you can paste any online image link, or you can give the path of your local image and convert that image into a Ghibli art. And It's going to be an amazing tutorial. We're going to use basically in this one we're going to learn about a little bit about FS base 64. We're going to use replicate. Actually I wanted to try it with Versal AI SDK, but I couldn't find anything that will support uploading images to basically what is it, our OpenAI and stuff. So if you find it, just comment it down. I will create a video on that one, but I couldn't find it. So what I will do is I will make a very nice video with replicate in today. Basically it's about replicate is basically a platform which gives you multiple APIs on AI models. So it will, you can use that endpoint and basically generate your Ghibli arts. It's amazing. I'll show it to you today. So here I have an normal screen right now. Let me open my terminal here. Okay, let me make it a little bit big. And here what we're going to do is, let's see it into my developments folder. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new folder. Okay, dir, let's make it as Ghibli Art Maker, maybe. Hit enter, cd into Ghibli Art Maker. Unless there is nothing, so I'll do bun init dash y to create basically instantiate this project with a bun environment with TypeScript, obviously. If I do ls now, you can see we have all these files. Now what I'm going to do here is pretty much simple, right? So before, what I have done, right, I guess you have seen my previous videos of the series where I explained you about basically the complete JavaScript and other courses, right? Okay. So what we're going to do here is code space dot, we'll just create our, open our all basically VS Code here in full screen. That's all. And we have our index.ts file, and let's say I can do a simple stuff right now. That is, let's close this one. Let's wait. I have configured actually Amazon Quit some takes some time in my terminal sometimes. I'm not sure why. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's do bun index.ts. Come on, index.ts only, and you see hello whatever we have written here. You can write here hello Chinmay. Yeah, it will come hello Chinmay. Pretty basic, right? Okay, now the best part. We're going to start here, right? So let's see how, what is replicate and how it works, right? So I have opened it here, right? This is basically the link. I will just provide you link in the description, or maybe you can find this in the source code top. Maybe I'll just copy this one, and let's come over here. I'll paste this with like this. I just added a comment here. This is the source. You can find this link in the source code, or maybe you can find it in the description of the video, or maybe I can pin this in the comment section also. That's fine. Yeah, so we have this thing opened here, right? And this is basically replicate. You can just create your account. Once you are done with your account, you can just run this, basically get your API key, and install whatever it is, like just copy paste, and in your terminal you can install replicate. Just copy it, paste in your terminal here like this, hit enter, and it will be installed. Or maybe you can do bun add paste, basically replicate. That's all. Bun a replicate or bun. It's bun add also. You can write a or add, whatever you want. So by doing this, it will be installed in your system. Then what you have to do is you have to do this, export this, just copy paste this one and paste it in a terminal. It's just environment variable in your system. It's a system environment variable, and this you can find basically from this API key. Just do that. Once you're done with that, just pretty much simple. You have to just do this one. You can auth using this one, and it's up to you. If you have done this one, I don't think so you have to do this manually. This is if you if you don't do this, you can basically create an environment variable on your local. How you can do this? It's easy. Just here you can create basically a file called .env .local. Let's say I prefer this. Let's say I'm writing here, let's say um, hello equals to hello, like this. Let's say I want to access this one. You can do this here. Let's say I'm doing a log process.env this, and if I do run this one, you'll see hello here. So you can basically put your, this is a local environment, so you have to make sure you put this inside this one in the get ignore, because we don't want to put this to production or to any code bases, right? So you can come down here, we come down here, right, and here you can do this .env. That's all. Save this and it's local. So .env .local you can do, and you can put basically one more thing here, that is .env example, and you can write here hello with an empty string here. So people, like whoever will come to your code base, if it's open source or whatever, like it's best practice, you have to just keep it inside this one, and then you just add this to the get ignore what you don't want, and yeah, so that at least people will know what you are basically, what are the environments they will need, right? They can do this. Okay, simple stuff, you can do that. So after doing that stuff, you can click on this API also. Let's click on this one. Some time, I guess. Let me, okay, yeah. So I'm going to use this one, basically the API stuff that you can see here, exactly. You can copy paste this entire code base and use it. But let's do it. I will write the entire code, so you don't have to worry. You'll just copy paste this part, and at least let us copy it. Why not copy it? I'll write it. So yeah, let's remove this, paste it here first. So we need replicate. Let's do this. One add replicate, install it. It's installed. We can see this in the package.json. We should have a replicate here in the dependencies. That's done. The error is gone. Let's add some enters. And yeah, they have given some dummy images here, and whatever you can just do this for the output. So output.index, you can just, they have given some index. This one image was fine. So this is basically your model that we are running. You can make it like this: const model equals to model, and you can use this model here. Let's make the code more cleaner, right, in this way. Hit one more enter to make it more clean. Okay, so what the steps we have, let's see. So we have our input here, right? Actually I was playing around with it, so I know the values. These are the values you can play around, and you can change your ghibliart's creativity and stuff. So what I prefer is I have an input of my choice, so I'll just copy the input along with the prompt that I need. So this much of part I will paste it here, and this is what I want. It's the same I guess. Only the change is this one. I have to change this one, but for now let's not change it. Okay, let's first do the trial of this one. So let me explain what we are doing first here, right? So we are importing two things here, that is write files from fs and promises. Now what are promises is a separate different topic. It's you can say it's itself a topic, right? I'll cover this in some other videos. If you wanted, just comment me in the comment section. It gives me motivation, right? Okay, So what we are doing here is we are just creating an object of our replicate class, right? And it has, if you have like if you have a little bit idea about object oriented programming or the oops, you will know it. So this is basically a class or a template which contains a bunch of functions bunched together, right? Batched together, I can say. So it access some options. We don't have to bother about this one. Just think in this way you can use the replicate, right? So you have the replicate here. Now how can you use this one? You just need to replicate doctor. You see this line output. If you want to get the output, you just have to give the model that you want to use, that is this model you want to use, right? And it's a function that is inside this class, and we are creating the object and accessing this basically function. So it takes the model and some inputs. So this is an object, and object can say, and this is the input that we need to pass. It takes the image URL. If I click on this one, you'll see this is the image. That is the default image. Oh, I'll tell you why I've opened this one. Basically we're going to image, you basically use this image, this one. You can copy this URL. If you have seen this one here in the playground, this is the default image. That man, yeah, this was the image, and it was like this. You can play around here also. You can paste your image URL, change the prompt here, and generate also. Okay, so I'll just copy that, let's say that URL, and paste it here, let's say like this. And okay, so we have our image, we have the prompt that we are writing here: recreate this image in Ghibli style image and make it look similar, right? Similar to this image. We have some scale and stuff, and then our model and then output. Pretty much simple. There's nothing complex and rocket science here. Yeah, there is rocket science behind the model, but we are not learning right now AI and stuff, right? We are learning about JavaScript, and we're creating a project for us, right? Got it. Let's see. And this is in this way you can just basically is iterating through each and every object dot entry. So this image, this output is basically an object. It gives you an object. So entries, it will just make it an array, right? Convert this output object into an array of each and every stuff, and then what we are going to each and every index and item, and we are just writing it here. So and write file, basically it will write it here on the file. Let me just show you an example. Index.ts, hit enter, wait for it, and you will see okay, we got an exception here. Except encoding body use true. Let me see what is wrong here. We have the correct model, yes. We have the image, that's correct. We have the input and stuff, that's also correct. And we do the running here, correct. Then we have this, that is also correct. I guess this is correct only. Maybe it's because of my new API error. Okay, I see. So I need my API here. Okay, let me get my API in this environment maybe. So let me see. What was the name of it? Let me see the name here. API playground. That's fine. Let's see this one. Let me find this value, what I was using. Um, I remember I already got this one. Let me copy paste this one. Let's go to the env and paste this one here. Copy this, paste it here. It's just about the environment variables. I'm just showing it to you. That's fine. I'll just close this one later on. That's fine. But don't share your envs with anyone, right? It's a tutorial, that's why I'm sharing it. Let's run it again, and it should work now. Let's wait. Let's wait. Wait for it. It takes some time. Okay, let's wait. Okay, I guess it's done. We have this output underscore 0, you can see here. Click on this one, and you see this is the image. Where is that? From here. So we converted this image to this image. Now what we can do is let's try to reduce the strength and lower scale, whatever it is. Let's make the strength as 5. Output format is JPG. It's fine. Um, let's see. I reduce this value and let's see what happened. Run it only. Let's see. And what we are going to do is we're going to take this part as an input from here, and also right now you can just send your this image URL here. So we're going to like make it to use it the local images also. Let's see the image again. See this, I just changed that value and how drastically it changed it. You know, it looks like an anime right now, anime character, right? The same image. You see this, beautiful, right? Let's try with another image. Let's take another image of Watson. um hmm, which image should I take? um let's take this image. Open image, new tab, copy this and paste it instead of this one. That's fun, right? Now run it again. Let's rename this image as something one. Hit enter. Let's wait. Okay, we have our image, I guess. Let's see this image. Okay, it's almost the same image, just a little bit realistic. So again, let's change this value to 6 this time, and let's see what happens. Look at the same image. Let's see. Also, it should be done by now. Yeah, it's done. Let's click on this one. Let's see. A little bit changed, right? Let's increase the value more. Let's make it 7 this time. Run it one more time. You can play around with these values and have fun. You know, you can take this value and this value as input, and that's all. Let's see this image now. See, more like an anime or Ghibli art right now. See this image. See this image. Pretty amazing, right? So here, actually, we're almost done with our Ghibli stuff. So much easy, right? Now we are going to convert this into a nice, you know, what you can say, a nice terminal CLI, you can say. Basically a distributive CLI we're going to make it. So what we're going to do is, first let me search for something interesting. I want to make the terminal more beautiful, so I'll use chalk npm. This one, yeah, so the spelling is wrong, or chalk, yeah, it got it. The other one is we need figlet npm, this one. So what is figlet? It's an interesting tool. You have seen this one before. I guess it should have let's see, playground. Yeah, let's say I'm writing here, let's say Ghibli art CLI, right? And you can basically, let's do one thing, test on. You can see the Ghibli art CLI in different formats here. We can show, you see this one. I like this one. Use this one. What is the name? Is this one. You can use this one also. So let's use these things. Let's copy paste. Let's install figlet and chalk in our terminal. Open your terminal right here. Bun, add figlet and chalk. Hit enter. It's done. And that's why I use bun. It's pretty much very fast. Now I have to do this one and this one. So let's do this, and it does a function. It takes a function which gets all the error and stuff. Got it. Okay. And it, okay, let's copy this example here. um hmm. So whatever we are doing here, let's paste it here for now, and I'll do something interesting with it. Okay, I have to import it. I will do the import part, but let's take replicate and all this stuff. I'll create a function const create, or let's say generate ghi ghibliart. like this. It's a function. Paste everything here, and we are using await. Now what is await? It's a part of promise. It means for now you can say it returns a promise. We have to wait for the promise to get resolved. So it means wait for this one to complete the query and then go to the next part. So for that we have to use async, like this pretty much. And I will take this part, this image, and so the prompt strength from here. So let's do this. Maybe prompt strength looks better. So it's going to be image, which is a string, and there's going to be a prompt strength. It's going to be a number, right? And what it will do is it will return this output. So, or it can generate it directly. So it's fine. You can run it directly like this. Also, it's fine. Take this model from here, paste it here. Anything else? Let's see. Yeah, everything looks good. Good. Format, you can take this one also as an output. Output, let's do it like this, and it's a number, obviously, not number, sorry, string. Let's paste it here, and let's not make it string, let's make it defined. So jpg, default one is going to be jpg, or it can be, yeah, it's a string, or it can be png. Let's say we are supporting two types of format. So if you see the type, now we have the two types. It can be jpg or png, and if I do this, you will see this one. You see, you can find this. It gives you suggestions. So I'm going to use jpg as a default one. And for prompt strength also I need a default value, which is going to be 0.7. And yeah, this is what we need. And so this can be an optional, and this can be an optional. We can make it optional. There's no need to make it optional. We can, that's fine. It will automatically make it optional because we have a default value, I guess. Yeah, we don't need to make it explicitly optional. So that's fine. I need figlet thing at the top. So import figlet from figlet. We don't declare the figlet, or it's like this. I guess we need the types for this one. Yeah, we don't have the types, so we need the types also. Let's do that. One add at the rate types slash this as a dependency. The dependency needed, and hopefully we should have it now. Yeah, we have the type now. And I guess if I remove this, I can see all the, now by installing the types, this is the benefit you get with TypeScript. You get all the options here. You can just press control space or command space, whatever it is for you, and get the stuff that you need. So I wanted to use this one. The name is blur vision. It's called blur vision. We have blur, okay, we don't have blur vision. Skip to blocks, where's this font? It's called blur vision, but we don't have this, I guess. Blur, nope. Okay, let's see something else that we have. It's not available. It's called sk2 new Roman. What is this one? sk2, we have avatar, 3D diagonal, we have blocks. Something else, what will be ghibliart CLI, Let's find something interesting. It was not available here. It's called Georgi. Georgi 11, I guess. 16. Let's use this one. Default, and it's the name of our product. That's going to be yeah, like ghibliart CLI, like this. And you can use a simple arrow callback function to this one. Much better, more cleaner. Now what this will do is, let me run this program first. You'll see it runs this thing. Ghibliart, it's too big, so let's do something. Let's reduce this width to 40, and let's try now. And by doing that, okay, it's still let's change this to this one, and I'll name it to Ghibli CLI. Let's see how it looks. Okay, I have to basically do a console log for this one. So log this. Let's use chalk also with this one. Dot let's use, which color should we use? Pick same color. Let's do this one. Paste this one like this. Let's see. Ghibliart. Let's remove these things. This should look nice now. Yeah, looks nice to me. And okay, there should be one eye here, and you can see we have this thing. And I guess we have a width to make it 20. Let's see how it looks. Just because of the width, I guess, that was breaking before. Let's remove the width and we'll take the whole width. Looks good to me. Makes sense, right? Okay. Do we have any other things with this one? We have which this oriental layout, fitted, full universal smashing, quick light. These are the 4 steps. It's fine, I guess. Let's say the full one. Okay, so like this, you can show your this thing. And let's do one more thing. Let's do another log here, where the extra spacing from the top. Like this, it will come like this. We have some spacing from the top, and maybe we can do this here. On like this backslash n thing, and added put this one. Paste it here. No need of doing this. I'm just adding a new line character. Open. Looks good to me. Now what I will do is what I can do right now is, let's see, we have this one. So I have to pass the image. So how can you take the image, basically these things from your terminal? So there are certain ways to take these things. One is to use inquirer. Basically I'll show you. Let's search for inquirer npm, and this is what we're going to use. How inquirer works is pretty much simple. Just need to import inquirer, and you can just ask your questions and you can have the answers. We can use async of it with this one. So let's install it first. Let's see. One add inquirer. It's installing. Let's wait for it. Yes, done. Now let's import it first. Import inquirer from inquirer. Nice. Now const q equals plus a question. You can do inquirer dot, you have all these things, whatever you want to do. Let's say dot prompt. Now it's a function, I guess. Yeah, it's a function. It takes an object. This we have type. Yep. type is going to be input, and let's do this. Let's make it an array. Let's see the documentation here. It should be here somewhere. Yeah, it takes an array and then your questions, whatever questions you want to ask. The first question I want to ask is this one. The question going to have a type. Okay, we have message. Yeah, this is coming. So let's take the name. Name of this one is going to be image, and you can destructure it, and here you can await it basically. And here you can have your choices if you want. For this one, I guess I don't need anything. I just need the message. That's all. Enter the image path. That's all I guess I need to do. And here I get my image. You see, if I change this to image 1, say image 1 will be here. So it's up to you. You can take multiple questions like this. You can ask for basically one more question. The type is going to be select, I guess. SELECT. Select, and it's not going to be image. Obviously, it's going to be our the values, or maybe instead of values, it will be better to use input only, and it's going to be my prompt strength, I guess. Copy paste it here. I can have it here then, and enter the value, enter the prompt strength. Range is 0 to 1, and we can validate this one like this. You can have your value. It's basically should be a string here, and maybe you can do this value dot it should be between 1 0 and like the value should be. So you can do this number of this one, it should be 0, should be greater than 0, it should be less than equal to 1 right here at this value. And yeah, so if this is true, that's fine. It should be like this. You can validate this one. Let's log the values and see what we get. And can we pass some of the things like choice as default value? You can set the default value here through 0.7 also. Number, let's make it a string then. Okay, default is that. And yeah, similarly I need the output format, so just copy paste this thing, paste it here, and it's output format. I need it here, and this is going to be JPG, and it's going to be this thing. So you can do this one. You can create a type for this one. Let's say type of output format is this, and you can use it easily here and here also, but it's always going to be string, so you have to make it like that, I guess. Can we define our explicit type stuff,
transformer should be something. I haven't used transform before. Let's see what it does. Transformer option applies transform the values to display leaves. I see. Okay, that we don't require for now. That's fine for now, I'll say. Okay, and the validation should be a little bit different. For this one, there is simple. The value, the value, um, this should be equal to either JPG or value should be equals to PNG. That's all. Let's say let's log the values of image, output format, prompt, strength, and stuff. Let's run this one. Not this one, sorry. Let's run this. And yeah, enter the image path. Let's say something like this. Strength, like something like this. You see, you should probably have to provide something. So, and we have the default value, so I've just hit enter. For JPG, I want it to be PNGG. It is wrong. PNG is correct. So you see, you can get all these values. Now you have just passed these values. So first, what you have to do is you have to validate the image first, and then you can go ahead. So let's do the validation work quickly. First thing, we have to create. Let's create a separate function for this one, which will generate our image for running this one, right? But let's test this first if it is working or not. Let's do this. We'll pass our image, our output format, our prompt strength, the values. And let's run this first and let's see how it looks. So image path, I need the image path of this one. Let's use a different image this time. Let's see, we have this one, we have this. Let's use this image this time. Copy this, paste this one here. Hit enter, enter, enter. Let's wait. We got some error here. Request to this one, unprocessable entity detail is this. Constructor, JPG. The correct. Okay, let's wait. Let's try one more time. We have this thing like this. Let's try with the previous image. I want to see if it is the issue of the image or the API that I'm using. Got it. Maybe we have to pass the values when we are passing this as okay any, but it should not take any. We have to process this one, and this should be into a number. Hope so. Let's try to do this again. Hopefully this should work now. I guess the issue was because of this thing, the type issue. Yeah, I guess it's working. Yeah, it worked. Let's see. It was the same image, right? Let's use a new image that we wanted to use. Let's use this image. Let's copy it again. Let's clean it up. Let's rename this one first to 2. And let's do one thing to generate unique images every time. And that's pretty much easy. Just do const new, or maybe I need the timestamp equals to new date dot now. It should have now, right? Or maybe we can do something else. Get time zone, get set date. To UTC string, let's use the UTC string. Let's use to local date string, maybe, or maybe local string. Well, let's use a UTC one. That's fine. And instead of index, use this value, the timestamp, and it like this. Okay, so we put underscores where we don't want to use our like this variables, right? Let's run it one more time. Okay, I need this value again, paste it here. Okay, let's do one thing. That's a simple stuff. We are taking this inputs, so let's add a colon here and here, here, and it's not prompt strength, obviously. It's um, output format, which can be either JPG or PNG. Let's do this, run this one again, paste it now, hit enter, enter, enter. Let's wait, and we'll have it very soon here with the timestamp. So every time it will create a unique, you can say, unique image. Yes, click on this one. See, this is what we have now. This image to this image. You can play around with the values. Let's do it again. Same image, 0.6 this time, and hit enter again with JPG. You see, looks amazing, right? I hope you are learning some new stuff this time. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. um, Thank you, and let's see this. We'll make it a distributable file. Okay, it looks almost this one, like a little bit AI generated. We can play around with the values a little bit more, maybe make it 0.65. JPG, hit enter, let's see. So you can have multiple number of outputs and stuff like this right now. We'll do some validations, like with the image. Like right now we are not taking image from our local environment, so we'll do that also. We have another image, let's see. It created a little bit creativity of its own. So okay, it's fine. You got right, I guess you got the point. So I guess we're almost done with it. Except I haven't explained you what is base64. I haven't done the base64 part, because to use the local image we have to use the base64 format. So let's quickly do that. So what is base64? Let's see that one first. Base64 image examples. Example image example. We have code pen, we have let me see, yeah, we have this one, a GitHub one. Okay, let's submit. You can see, so it is creating different images. So it's a basically image. You can see this an image. You can see this one here, it's a image. If you save this one, let's say try to save this one, and I guess it will be saved as an image only, so like JPG and stuff. And it's you see, in this kind of this, so it becomes basically a hash kind of thing. See, so you see this one, this icon, this is this icon. You can copy paste this from here also, this part, this base64. So every image can be converted and everything can be converted to base64. It's a hash, you can say. And I guess it's not able to pass it, maybe. So this, yeah, so you see the format is PNG. You can change the format from here, and we have the result here. You can see, I hope you are getting what is base64. So we're going to do the same thing with our local images. So to convert our this kind of images to this format, we'll do the opposite one, right? And it will be pretty easy, I guess. Let's do this. Yeah, let's open it. So I'll create basically a function. Let's close this one. Let's create a function const generate image, not generate image. Let's say convert image, or maybe parse image. Parse image equals to, it will take your image and basically image input, which is basically a string, and it will return us the stuff that we need. It will basically return a string only. So it returns a string, you can say. So in this way, you can just explicitly mention that, like, right now this function is not returning anything. You can just return something else. So it's like this. So we are explicitly we are saying that we want to return a string. It's up to you. Let's do this. Let's find code like this. So what I need to do here is I will put a try catch first. Try catch will log our error here. Just log the error. Let's say image is invalid, something like this, you can say. And for now, I don't need to show the logs to the user, not this error at least. And you can do one thing, you can use chalk dot, use red color to show this, like this. Great. Now inside this one, we're going to do some stuff. We have our image, so just check if this image dot starts with either http colon double slash something like this, or it starts with https dot starts with https colon double slash, then just return the image. Pretty simple. Else we have to convert this to a valid path that we need. So for that, we have to, we have the image path with us. So for this image path, we have to create a buffer for it. So let's say const image buffer equals to, basically have to read this image first into a buffer format, right? So await to use basic. Now we can use our, we need to read the file first, so it's going to be read file, and this should be from promises, and it will take our image and like this. And as we are using await, we have to make it async. That's how it should be. Then after we are getting this one, once this is done, what we need is basically to check if it is a valid image or not, right? If it is a PNG, but we have already done this, I guess. Okay, that's output format. I have to check the input format also. So I have to check it if it is a PNG or a JPG or a JPEG, whatever it is, right? So what we have to do here is we need to check the extension of the image. So let's do this. If the extension of the image, if it is, we can use path dot, we need to use path module. From path you can import it. You can, it's a default thing from Node.js, so you don't need to explicitly install this one. This and fs are the inbuilt functions. Path dot ext name. If you hover on this one, it will tell you return the extension of the path, like dot and then to the end. So if it is JSON file, you can, whatever the dot JSON, dot MD, dot JPG, it will give you that thing. So it takes the image path, just make it to lowercase to be precise, right? Looks good to me, right? We get this thing, and if this value, we have to check if this image extension, if ext image is triple equals to PNG, or let's make it like this. If it is not equals to PNG, or ext image is not equals to, if it is not equals to this or this, JPEG. But the issue is here. Actually, my bro Alex also told me I should use this kind of stuff. Yeah, he's my mentor actually. He's my mentor. Okay, let's see. We have PNG, we have JPG, we have these things. Looks good to me. So what we are doing here is, you can add one more. It's called JPEG. So we are checking here if our extension includes all these things, or and then not. So if we don't include these things, just do the. Now if we have that thing, now we need to convert it to base 64. and it's easy to do it. We have our image buffer, right? So right here, let's say const um, base 64 image equals to, it's going to be um, we have to use our buffer, image buffer. It has to string. I have to convert it to a string and give the type to it. So you can use the toString method of anything and you can just do this. Right now, base64, we have our base64 format. Okay, let's search for base64 image example. We just found example. Yeah, this image example, the code panel. You remember this thing? So it says that the type of this one is a PNG. You can use JPG also here, and that works too. You see, it loaded in the same. So I have to define this type when you are returning this thing. Let's remove the extra spaces from here. You don't have to remember anything, just search for it in the Google and get it. This is how development works, right? So let's use backticks dollar, and here our this things, and here our base 64. Yeah, base 64 short image. Let's see, this is how it is. Yeah, you just keep a comma here. So we have data image like jpgs comma base 64 comma this thing, and this is what we used here also. Let's yeah, let's go back, leave this one. Let's open this example, and here this is a string. Yep, makes sense. So we have over this one 64, and let's use jpg or maybe png, you can use better. And yeah, that's all I guess. You just need to return this much of things, and let's do some nice things. Let's go to this one. Let's use some try catch to handle their logging here also. So select this much up. This is a shortcut. Use press command shift p if you're on Mac, and if you're on Windows, press control shift p. Then right here, try catch, hit enter. So you see, so much easy. I don't need this error. I can do this. I can just log my error. Um, let's say shock dot red. It's image generation failed. That's all. And yeah, and you can do this. So try catch and take this one here. Um, and now as we are wrapping this entire thing inside our try catch, and instead of this image I will use const await, or maybe let's do it inside this one. We have this one. I want to use this pass image, so I want to do the pass image thing first. Const here it passed image equals to pass image, pass the image, and yep, you can pass it here like this, and it can be a undefined also. So we can write here if pass image not here, simple. We can throw some errors. So instead of logging, you can throw the errors also. So let's do throw new error like this. Let's throw all this kind of errors, and here also you can throw yeah, throw new. Now what I'm doing is here I'm just throwing some custom errors that I want to show. Okay, here also I want to basically show the same thing. Let's say like this. We are throwing this one, we are throwing from here, and we are, that's fine I guess. And here we are catching our errors and the messages. So okay, I can get my errors, console log log and chalk, come on, chalk dot red, and let's make it just pass the error dot message, and yeah, so it can be like this. So to fix this one, what we can do is, I guess there's something called instance of error. I don't remember it to be particularly. Let's ask our grok again. um Simple right here, like something of instance. I remember something like this, instance of and stuff. So maybe it knows what might be the issue. uh let's see, nope, not like this. Let's make it change. Let's give the try catch to it, and instance of or something I want to use, because this is what I remember. So let's see, throw new error. Yeah, I want to use this line. See this one, just copy paste this. So let's remove this. I'll explain you what is this thing, and we don't have this, so we are going to throw some custom error. Image creation field, like this. So what we're doing is we are checking if our error is an instance of type error, and if it is a type error, then basically just do this. So pretty much simple, because if you hover on this one, it is unknown, we don't know the type, and error can be anything. So this way you have to check the types and do this thing. You see, I also don't remember the stuffs, but you can just google it, you can just groks. Now we have gpts and stuff, but doing that, it will help you a lot, but make sure you understand also. So I will just summarize what we did. We knew about, like in this one we learned about chalk. Using chalk you can basically decorate your texts, and we learned about figlet. You can basically design the text on the terminal like ghibli and stuff. And then we learned about inquirer. In this way you can ask questions from your users, multiple questions, and you can get it from here. You just have to use await for this one. Now what is await? You have to wait because it returns a promise. If you see here, the return type, it should be somewhere. um, let's say the return type. Where can I find the return type? I guess it's not being shown here, but yeah. um, let's remove the await, and you'll see this issue. And if I make it x, over on the x, you'll see it is a promise return type of image and stuff. So it returns a promise. So what you have to do is we have to wait for this promise to get resolved. So it's like a thing, let's say you are querying something, it is getting the data from the API and stuff. Let's say kind of simple stuff I'm telling you. Here we are not doing any API stuff, but just think it takes some time. So to wait for the inquiry to complete its process, whatever it is doing. Once that is done, you get your data. Simple. And then we are generating our ghibliart here, and inside this one, if you go inside this one, we are basically parsing our image. For this we are using our parse image function that we created. Come on, let's click on here. Yeah, so we have this image, it takes the image, and if it is like this, if it is a basically an URL, then just return the image, or else just convert it into a base64 image, and that's all. We are doing it, and we are handling our errors like this using a try catch everywhere. So if something is here, we are throwing our custom error here. Here also we're throwing our custom error, and here also. See, and throw basically stops your execution flow also. So that's how you handle your errors elegantly. And just doing some type checking here. You learned about how to use grok, you learned about how to use burn, TypeScript, and a lot of things in this series that we are continuing right now. So let's try to run this program. Let's run it. Let's try with this image first. I want to try this one again. Let's try a different image this time. Let's try Harry Potter. Let's see, which image should I take? Oh, let's take this image. Take this image, paste it here, hit enter, enter. Let's wait. And I guess we should be getting our image here soon. Let's wait for it and let's see. Yeah, we're done with this one. Let's see this one. Wait for it, and you see, oh, it added a baby with this one. What is this one? Harry. Harry is a girl. Is not able to recognize it, but it's fine. Let's reduce this thing to 0.6 and hit enter. Let's wait for it with the new image. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Hmm. Okay, it created the new one. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks fine, but now it made Hermione as a boy. Okay, let's use a nice picture where we have something clearly available. So let's search for something like uh, Japanese girl. Let's see what we get. They look like anime characters only. So let's take this image. Um, okay, open image in a new tab. Copy this image, and let's try with that one also. Um, Paste it, hit enter, enter. Let's see how it looks. Um, then after that, we'll try with some image at the local, and then we will basically use one to compile the entire code into one file, and then you can distribute it. Um, so see this one. Looks amazing, right? This image to this image. Hope you like this one, right? Now let's try with the local image. So I need one image. So I have my image. Let's copy it here. I have this image. Let's try with this one. Run it. That's dot slash image dot png. Hit enter. Let's make it 0.6. Okay, and we got some issues here. Throw our image field. Enter output is this one, and we're getting this issue. From where we're getting this one? Parsing image, I guess. We're getting image generation field. Yeah, we're getting it from parsing one, maybe when we are trying to parse it. Let's see where we're getting this one image generation field. Image generation field is being thrown here. Past image. Let's try again. I want to see why it is giving it like this. So image dot png, and still we're getting the same issue. Let me think and see what might be the issue for this one. Let's debug this, and let's see, run this one. Image dot png data, and oh, I'm getting it dot png, so it should be png, right? It's not dot png. So okay, we can do one thing. Whatever we are getting here, dot replace the dot with empty string. Hopefully this should fix this issue. Let's remove this log and let's try it again. Dot slash image. Okay, now it will remove. It will not remove. Dot slash image dot png. Hit enter. 0.6, maybe 0.55. Hit enter. It's working, I guess. Let's wait for it. So this is how you debug and do stuff. It's super simple, right? I hope so you learned something new this time. Okay, hope for the best. Let's see if it made a nice image of mine. It created something like this. Looks like a sweater. A little bit 3D cartoon. Let's do something more. Dot slash image dot png. Let's use the default ones, and let's see with the default thing how it looks. we're pretty much done now. You just have to convert into a distributable so that you can just share it with your friends. They just need the replica and stuff. So let's see this one. Oh, made something else. Okay, it's fine. Hope so it works fine with your images. Right now I have kept this thing here as a resource for yours, you know, and I hope so it works with. Now what we're going to do right now is let's convert this into a distributable. Now pretty much I don't remember how to convert this into a distributable. So what are we going to do it, right? We're going to do how a developer works, right? How basically a developer does all these things. You can do something like this. Search for bun out directory. Let's say bun out and directory is bun run. Something like this. Runtime. Let's see what we can find. Run. It's not bun run, it's bun run. This is called bun build, sorry. Yeah. Bun build out, yeah. Bundler. Yes, bun bundler. So entry points out here is this dot slash build. CLI command, you can do this, or you can JavaScript do this. We're going to do this one. So let's copy this thing, come over here, close this, go to your package.json. Here we're going to create a script for this one. Scripts is called bun run, or it's called build only, and paste this line here, and in this case it's called index.ts, and our out directory should be dot slash build slash Ghibli art CLI. That's it. And what you can do is you can just do this and run here bun run build, hit enter. And what is this issue? Set target to node 1 written for you. Okay, let's come over here. Let's replace this with this. Save this one. So let's see what we have written here. You don't have to understand this thing. You can just search for this one, Google it, grok it, and you'll get the bundle. Bun gives you this feature to bundle up your, basically your entire code into a single file. So like this slash odex. So I will just rename this odex to Ghibli art dash CLI. Simple. Let's run this one. Hopefully this works. And we are getting some issues. It's called okay with source. We don't have source. Yes. So let's create the source one. Actually, we don't need source. Let's remove it from here. We have the source file. Source. Yeah. So let's do this. Command D. Because I removed it. Let's run this one. Yep, it worked, and we have our bundler hopefully here. You see, we have all the distributables here. Let me open my this one. Yeah, it opened. Just one. Yeah. Let's make it a big, not this much a big. It's not like this. So for Mac OS, I have these two things. I'll try to run this one, and it didn't work for me. Okay, let me see. I guess this will work for my Mac. Let's see. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it worked. You see, it worked. So I researched a little bit and I found this. It is working actually, but not from there that clicking it, but by you doing it like this. I'm just given the path of this Mac OS, this ARM64 that I wanted to use, right? And just hit enter, and just need to give the path, right? Let's do this again, and let me delete all these ones that we created already. Let's close this one. Yeah, like this. That's the last four, and if you see this one, it is the one that I created for myself. Now I paste this one, hit enter, enter. Let's wait and I will see something. Interesting. Uh, let's wait. It created one, I guess. And you see, it created something. So it is working actually. It's interesting actually. I've never faced this kind of issues before, but as for the first time, I'm getting this one. I already created so many CLI tools using like this one. It is working finely. Okay, besides that, what we can do is, yeah, you're pretty much done, I guess. We are pretty much done with the video. We have created our Ghibli art and stuff. You can play around with this one. You don't need this anyway, right? What you can do is you can play, I can run this one or this one. Both works for my system. So let's try to create one more. I just use some documentation. What kind of image I want to do. This one again. Let's see something. This time let's do a boy. Not Japanese. Let's go for a Indian boy this time. Let's try to do uh, Virat Kohli. I did this actually. Um, let's do, which one should we do? We can do this one. Let's do this one. This is nice. Copy this image and run this one again. Paste this one. Hit enter, 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 and wait for it. It should create one here. And you'll find the source code in the description. Yeah, and about this bun stuff that we did for compiling, you can read this documentation entirely. It has a lot of stuff. You can compile. We are doing basically some bun compile, not this one. We're compiling it. So compile, um, compiles, types compile, dash compile. I want to search. Is this the one? Nope, we can search for it. One dash compile and single file. Yeah, it's called single file executable. You can do this one. Actually, we use this one, right? The file one. And for different, basically, you have it here. You see, cross-platform compile to other platforms. So in this way, you can compile to bun, build, compile, bun, build, compile some stuff. You see, for different kind of systems. It's for Linux x64, for Linux ARM64, for Windows 64, for Mac OS 64. So I will just put this thing in the description or maybe in the comment section also. You can find this one and you can use this and just copy paste this one and paste it to your script text. You can just create your own scripts. What is our script like this, right? Just do this. Let's say Linux, so you can paste the command here, the same command that we are using here. Let's say for Windows, just copy the one that you want from here, and for Windows it's here. You can just paste for this Windows one, you just paste it here, and then that's all. Just name of your app and the correct path you have to give, and it's done. So it is so simple. Let's see how the image looks. Oh, the eye is closed, but it's quite close. Okay, let's do one thing. Try one more time. Same thing. Let's make 0.6 this time. Hit enter. Let's see how it changes the image. That's pretty cool, right? um, a nice project, I will say. Okay, it's done. Let's see this one. Okay, still the eyes are closed, so I guess he is not, like, the AI is not able to recognize the eyes of Virat Kohli to be opened. Okay, that's fine. Quite close, right? Quite close. So I guess we did a great job this time. We created our using replicate. Basically, we created our own system here for creating Ghibli arts. I hope so you like this video, and don't forget to subscribe, comment. That's all I will say. I guess actually I'm a little bit tired today. So thank you everyone. See you on next video.